it's over. Do you need anything like I need you? just wanna change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't wanna hang around, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. Change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. Can't pretend. Oh no, no. I hope it never ends. It's about you. I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. Your radiant truth, I know that you will understand, because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant. You're radiant. Come on. Oh. Hello. Let's go! Dude, how are we feeling on this fair? What day of the week is it? Dude, is it Monday? Is it Tuesday? What day is it? I don't even know what day it is. Freedom. Come on! So it's Tuesday after midnight? So it was Monday. So you always will. Oh, it still is Monday where I'm at. It's Monday. Again, I'll help you clean up the mess. Misdirection. You know I'm through with you. Your hoops are my obsession. Always jumping through. Let's go. I'm just caught up in non-reflection. Pay attention. You never will. Let's go. I will overanalyze and fall victim. My venom lowers. Time to get to know myself. I'm still tangled, I'm not worried. Let's go. I am caught up in this perfection. Pay attention. Yeah, you never will. Again, I help you clean up the mess. I wonder if you ever did, yeah. I wonder if you ever did like I did. I wonder if you ever did, yeah. I wonder if you ever did like I did. Let's go! I just wanna be free, yeah, free, yeah. Let's go! Yeah! Come on! Yeah! La-di-da-di-da-di-da-di-da. Let's go! Oh! Dude, how we doing? All right, Monday night. Monday. Dude. Takes a truly human spirit to dance like the frog. It does indeed, man. The Antifa frog is something else. The Antifa frog. Antifa frog. The frog. Dude. Oh, shit. What a day, bro. Dude, this shit is like fucking like the amount of shit that happens in one day is like crazy. It is literally just crazy how much shit happens in a single day. Dude, so much. Can I just show you something? Can I show you something funny? Can I show you a guy I used to work with at a bar? Posted a funny Instagram story about Donald Trump. May I share it with you real quick? It's gross. A trigger warning right now. I'm warning you in advance that it's super gross. But here. All right. You ready? Here we go. Hold on. Here it is. Watch this. Oh, dude. This shit is gnarly, bro. Here we go. Hold on. You ready? Watch. Oh. Dude. Watch this. Oh, look at this. Oh. Isn't that hideous? Dude. Oh. Dude.
Dude. Oh my God, dude. Devin. Oh shit, bro. Yeah, that dude, when I worked at the 𝗙𝗏𝗏, that guy worked with me, boss. Oh, he's funny. Dude, isn't that shit gnarly? Dude, dude, AI is out of control, bro. Oh man. Dude, I've been having like nighttime allergies. Jenny, if you're hearing this, babe, I'm having nighttime allergies, babe. Oh shit. Dude, time for a check-in? Yeah, no, that will send you to the therapist. Hold on, I'm gonna look at it one more time. I have to play it again because I hadn't hit the record button. So allow me to get that shit fucking activated again real quick. I want to see it again. Here we go. There it is. Oh, no. Dude, there's just no, bro. I'm, for the purpose, for all intents and purposes, I am just going to assume that it's chocolate. Okay? Dude, I'm going with the story that is definitely chocolate. Oh my God, bro. Dude, there we go. I had to get it on tape, guys, because I had forgot to hit the record button. So we had to watch it an extra time. My apologies. But yeah, that Devin was pretty fun, dude. We had a good crew at the 𝗙𝗏𝗏. Dude, we did. Oh, Lordy. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy on my soul. So, dude, you know, I just thought like, dude, there's some crazy shit going on today, right? Can I just tell you? Can we check in? Can we check in on the Twitters? Because there's some shit going on. Of course, we have fucking Nick Sortor's grabbing more flags, right? Right? Nick Sortor won't let people burn the American flag. Look, he's got to come in.
Set it on fire. Nick won't have it. Nick won't have it.
See, why does he get to just walk in and disrupt everybody's protest? You know what I'm saying? Have you noticed that? This fucking clown, like, that's not his flag. That's not his burning. It has nothing to do with him. But he gets to just walk in there and fucking why? Because what? Oh, because he's friends with Trump and Pam Bondi? Fucking shit kickers, bro. Dude, where's that old man when you need him? Remember the old man who's like, I'm going to beat your ass. It's your right to do it. It's our right to stop it. Remember that. Remember that. Dude.
Are you okay? Are you okay? No,
dude, these entitled twats, bro. Dude. Yeah, let's go. Dude, they're so entitled. Yeah, and then you see him, he's like, I'm gonna sue. I got arrested. I'm gonna sue. Oh, here's my lawyer that was provided for me by a right-wing billionaire, and I'm gonna look like a clown, right? Did you see him in court, dude? Did you see this fucking clown? Look at this idiot. Bro, first off, we got a couple things to look at. all right, that are important. All right, first off, we have this shot. Where is it? Yeah, look at him. Look at him. Dude, he's dressed. Dude, he's dressed like a fucking history professor, like an alcoholic history professor from like 1997, bro. Dude, 1997 community college called, and they want the professor's wardrobe back, bro. Dude, what the fuck, dude?
Last question. Now it's clear. You are moving forward with the federal lawsuit? You'll be getting confirmation of that in the next couple of weeks, but I would put it in the category of 99% certain we will be suing the Portland Police Department.
So what are they suing him for? For, like, there were 3 people that scuffled. Portland police arrested all 3, and they think, what are they suing? Like, oh, right? Look at that. Oh, they're suing because he got arrested because, no, you can't get arrested if you are the white winger. The white wingers don't get arrested. But you know what's funny, though, guys, is check this out, okay? Because, dude, we have some good footage. You ready? There's good footage, guys. Look at this. Hold on. You ready? Let's watch this. Bear with me, guys, because we have this footage. Okay, what you're about to see. You remember this guy? This is the white freedom shirt guy who got arrested for knocking somebody out, who's one of his associates. But watch what happens here, where he two-hand shoves this woman. Okay, he assaults this woman on camera. Right? He forgets that, like, people are recording his dumbass too. But watch this entitled little shit. See that? You see that? You see that? Oh, look at him. He fucking pushes, right? He fucking, oh, that's assault there, little buddy. And then he like, oh, he backs up when she fucking comes for him. Yeah. Yeah, you see how he's got his little enforcer, right? His little enforcer, this guy who's been physically assaulting people there. Dude, these guys are fucking clowns, bro. He's got to hide behind his little enforcer guy. Dude, which is like, this is what all of these right-wing cucks do, okay? They're the kind of guys that like show up somewhere with a really big dude and then they run their mouth. And when they don't have a big dude standing next to them to protect them, they don't say anything. Like, for example, guys, you ready? Watch the difference here with this guy. I have a clip for you. This is going to be amazing. Okay, so you see how bold he is here when he's got his big enforcer? Okay, well, you may be surprised to find out. But, or maybe not. But so Nick Sortor also went to Hawaii. Okay, remember after the fires in Maui? He went to Hawaii and he went to East Palestine too. Okay, so he's an ambulance chaser at all of these events to stir shit up for the right wing. But what I want to show you guys is this clip. Okay, because we saw Nick Sortor when he had the big guy with him, right? And he's right up in that girl's face. He's pushing her and he's like, what are you going to do? Right now, watch him in Hawaii. This is from like, I think 2 years ago or whatever, when those fires were in Maui. But watch him when a local resident confronts him in Hawaii. Okay. Same guy. All right. But when he doesn't have a big heavyweight boxer type with him, he has a very different personality. Watch this.
Yes, it is. Yes. That was one of the questions that it's, like I said, it's been burning in a lot of people's minds here.
Hey, what's up, Nick? I've been trying to reach you. Been reaching out to you on X. You're supposed to be meeting with people here. What victims have you had?
Okay, yeah. So this is so you're seeing this live right now. People actually tracked me down.
I thought you were staying in a tent. You said you were coming and staying in a tent, Nick. You're taking up resources.
I'm not taking up any resources here.
Yes, you are.
No, I want to stay with it.
I don't know how you live with yourself, man. You've seen the devastation. You've seen the people. I can see you cheering up because you know how much these people are suffering.
No, you're literally here. You just.
Yeah. He's not a tough guy anymore, is he? Yeah. Oh, he had a hotel room.
So Nick, what is the issue?
This is real, dude. This is what I'm getting chased. Is what's going on,
dude. He's getting chased, dude. It's a neighborhood resident who's like, "Why are you exploiting our pain?" Is basically what's going on, which is totally understandable because he was there creating conspiracy theories, like trying to make it seem like the politicians burn these people on purpose. You know what I'm saying? You know?
No, see, this is what happened. I ended up getting doxxed by these. These. Look. Yeah, so they. You posted a picture of yourself. I didn't post a picture of myself.
You posted a picture of your location, the palm trees, the water.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Steve. I'm floored.
I'm
right
scared.
Now.
Yeah.
That's okay. Are you safe? Are you safe?
I don't know. I honestly, I don't know.
Dude, what a coward.
I don't know.
It is just the one guy, dude. It's a neighbor who's like sick of these guys grifting.
So, yeah, I'm just gonna.
Yeah, why didn't he interview the guy? Right? He should have interviewed the guy.
I'm just gonna try to quickly get away. So I'm sorry. I don't even know what to say, to be honest. This is terrifying. This is terrifying.
Oh, yeah, it's terrifying. But you see the difference of 𝗦𝗂𝗽𝗏 versus when 𝗦𝗂𝗏's got his big buddy there? Isn't that funny? I mean, dude. And now, dude, I would be remiss if I didn't play my favorite clip, okay? I know you guys have seen this clip, but I love this clip. This is 𝗦𝗂𝗽𝗏 when he went to Ohio and he was harassing a reporter from Portland, Maggie Vespa. And this is my favorite 𝗦𝗂𝗽𝗏 clip, right? Because he just can't not harass women. That's what this guy does for a living.
Real quick. So it seems like a lot of the questions that you were asking, it doesn't seem to like address the actual issues in the. Dude, don't touch me, bro. Don't touch me, bro. No. I'm just asking, like, because there's an increase in crime in the area. It seems like there's a lot more of a problem here. The questions almost seemed like you were trying to turn him into a victim. Do not touch me.
Back up.
Do not touch me.
Back up.
Do
back up.
Do not
back up.
Dude,
back
get
up.
the fuck off of me now!
Back up. Back up. It ain't gotta be like that. Just back up.
You do not fucking touch me, okay?
Back up. Back up.
You back up, bro. Right now.
Ain't what it gotta be.
Dude! Oh shit! Isn't that funny? Get the fuck off of me! Dude, these right wingers, bro. Ah. Oh shit. Let's fucking go, baby. Let's go. Yeah, no, these guys, are we gonna dance? Dude, let's set the goal, baby. Let's go for a 15er. All right, we could do this. There it is. I want to dance. I always want to dance. We'll set it for an hour. All right. Let's go, baby. There it is. Dance party goal is in effect. Oh, Let's go. Dance party incoming. Dude, yeah, it is fucking, I mean, it's pretty wild, okay? Pretty wild. But look at this, though, okay? All right, this is great. Well-known scumbag and deadbeat dad, Nick Sortor, was arrested last night for attacking somebody attempting to burn the flag. Whatever you think of flag burning, it's legal, so Nick was in the wrong. But then look at this. Look at what's happening, dude. Harmeet Dillon and Pam Bondi, like, dude, why is the Attorney General, okay? Why is the Attorney General and fucking, you know, Pam Bondi, why are these guys, dude, let's go, Blaz. Why are they, dude, Martine, let's go. You know what I'm saying? Like, why is a right-wing Twitter influencer showing up to Portland and then the Assistant Attorney General and the Attorney General are like coming on this person's behalf? Like, obviously, this guy was sent there like by them and for this very reason. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's pretty fucking obvious what's going on here. Hold on. I got to fucking tweet about that. You know, shit is fucking wild, bro. Unfucking believable, bro. Dude. These guys, man, they are fucking scoundrels. Okay? Something's fishy. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's all just a setup. All right. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, let's go. All right, sorry. Dude, I had to tweet. Dude, yeah. No, these guys are so fucking fake, bro. Right? They are so fake. And now already they have them all lined up on all the news shows. You know what I'm saying? He's doing Hannity. He's on fucking going on all the news networks. It's just a total setup. And dude, I have to show you that Katie Davis court woman, right? Because you got to see this woman, okay? Because she is the person that is now she's like, oh, she got into it with somebody and there was a fucking flagpole or some shit. And she went on Jessie Waters, okay? Jessie Waters had her on, but you have to see this woman. Dude, you have to see this woman. She is crazy, guys. Like, she's got the craziest Bible eyes that I've ever seen. Dude, no, Fox has been interviewing all kinds of people with like face masks on that are Antifa. Of course, they're Antifa. Maybe it was Rupar. I thought it was Jessie Waters. It may have been Rupar. Yeah, no, I think it was Rupar then. I saw it. But, dude, you got to see this woman, though, because this Katie Davis Court woman, she has been in Portland for, like, months, okay? She's a post-millennial person, and she has been stationed in Portland. They have had her here, like, stirring the pot for months, guys. They pay to keep these, like, fake journalists in the house, okay? They do. They pay to just keep them here to be consistently pumping out like Portland is burning, Portland is on fire content. But look at this woman. Wait till you see her face, bro. She is crazy. Whose money? I mean, they're all funded by right-wing billionaires. Oh, there she is. Look at this shit. Dude, look at her. Okay? Look at her, guys. Look at that. Tell me that she is not insane, guys. Look at her. Watch this.
Wow, that is quite a shiner. You all right?
Oh, yeah, I definitely have a black eye. So that's what it's been like covering Portland for the past 4 months. Complete lawlessness.
Wow. They say it's just one city block. Is that even true?
That's not true. So it went from being a war zone to one city block, but it's actually several blocks where that is completely controlled by Antifa-affiliated protesters.
Several blocks, guys. It is several blocks.
Who harass, assault, and threaten anyone who they perceive to be a threat to their cause, including journalists, local residents, and ICE agents. And the Trump administration is absolutely correct in deploying federal troops here because Portland police has completely abandoned this zone. They refuse to go in.
Dude, no, she's real.
Everyone that shows up is on their own.
So it's kind of like Chaz or CHOP was in Seattle. They just, I guess, secede this territory, cede it to Antifa, and they just let everything play out?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. So last night I got assaulted and I immediately ran to a Portland police officer, hunted down the suspect, chased her through the streets and said, "This is my assault suspect. Can you guys finally do something?" And I had eyes on her for about 35 minutes. Portland police refused to come in and make an arrest. And
Of course, because Portland police know this lady is batshit fucking crazy. Okay? Everybody in Portland knows she is batshit fucking crazy.
3 officers just standing there watching me try to hunt down this suspect. And imagine my anger when I go online after doing all of that about an hour ago and I see Portland police put out a bolo asking for the public's help in identifying my assault suspect. So that is what it's like on the ground here in Portland, and it's time for a federal crackdown. The Trump administration needs to start treating Antifa like ISIS, the terrorists that they are.
Like ISIS, dude. Oh my God, bro. Dude, she is fucking insane. So who she is just a reporter for the post-millennial, right? Which is like, she's nobody. She's a psychotic fucking Christian woman who is like thinks she's like saving the world from ISIS. Dude, she is so insane.
And put an end to them here for good.
All right, so Portland police say they're investigating. I guess you had spoken to a dialogue officer. I don't even know what that means, but he did nothing. So I don't even know what he's there for. Does it kind of feel like Portland officials, I can't believe I'm even saying this, but have formed some sort of alliance with Antifa?
Oh, absolutely. I would consider them Antifa at this point. Why not? So.
Oh yeah, now Portland officials, the whole city, all of our government is Antifa.
Their whole agenda is to get ICE out of Portland. So they're trying to shield the public from what's going on down on the ground. But I have 4 months worth of video footage showing warlike scenes happening here. None of that footage is from 2020. But then you have Portland Police Chief 𝗙𝗡𝗶𝗹𝗀 saying, oh, the videos that you guys are seeing are from 5 years ago. They're absolutely not. We have the evidence to back it up. And how dare he do that? I'm a journalist. I don't really say this often, but Portland Police Chief 𝗙𝗡𝗶𝗹𝗀, you need to resign. You need to resign immediately and now, because
dude,
you
need to resign immediately and now. As if immediately doesn't also mean now. Dude, you need to resign immediately and now, and I need more meth. Dude, this is hilarious.
Saying, oh, the videos that you guys are seeing are from 5 years ago. They're absolutely not. We have the evidence to back it up. And how dare he do that? I'm a journalist. I don't really say this often, but Portland Police Chief 𝗙𝗡𝗶𝗹𝗀, you need to resign. You need to resign immediately and now, because you are a horrible leader and it's time for you to go.
Dude, what the fuck, bro? Dude, immediately and now.
Wow, that is quite a shiner.
I mean, doesn't she look like she's fake? She looks like she's an AI video. I know. But can I just tell you guys? Can I just show you guys something here? Because, I made a point of this on my Twitter earlier, because they keep making this big deal about the South Waterfront is the area of town, okay, where the ICE facility is. It's off this road called Macadam. It's on the way downtown. Let me just show you. Here's where the ICE facility is, okay? It's a little 2-block radius right here. The ICE facility is right down here, okay? Now, if you go on the South Waterfront, you go this way up, like you go north up here, 4 or 5 blocks. And it is like, there's a old spaghetti factory. There's a bunch of retail shops and a bunch of really nice restaurants right on the river. This is the Willamette River. There's a bunch of nice restaurants with outdoor seating. Everybody's sitting there having a lovely dinner. And the tram that goes up to OHSU is right here. This is literally like one of the nicest dining areas in the whole city. Okay, the spaghetti factory is not the nice part. That's like the whatever, but it's historic. But beyond the spaghetti factory, there is like a bunch of condos right there on the South Waterfront, 4 blocks away from this facility, filled with like mixed retail, nightlife, dining, fine dining. And dude, people are there. Nobody is affected by this. Nobody literally is affected by this. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody is. Let me see if I can find let me see if I can find it. Hold on. I want to show you something. I just want to make sure I don't dox myself. Oh yeah, I know how to do it. Okay. So here it is. Okay. This is the Portland ICE facility. Okay, right there. There's the immigration thing. Here's I-5. If you zoom out, here's like downtown Portland is up here. Okay. So this is just south of downtown Portland, right? It's right here. Okay. There's the ICE facility. Okay. And then if you go right here, guys, look at what we have right here. Look at these beautiful riverfront condos. Okay. You see them? There's a whole bunch of them. Crazy riverfront condos. Okay. Insane riverfront condos right on the water. Okay. Then right up here a little further is a bunch of hotels and the Riverwalk. And this is like a mixed retail shopping area. Okay. All of this is, within blocks of this facility. Okay. Where the ICE facility is. Dude, I lost my ICE facility. Oh, there it is. Okay. You see what I'm saying? So the point being that this ICE facility is like in proximity to like luxury fucking towers and mixed retail shit. Okay. That is like right around the corner from it. There is a little area here that's under construction. This is where the tram goes up to OHSU. And then on the other side of the tram, you have the Riverwalk. Okay, which is like the fancy shit. So there's no war zone. There's no battleground. There's no, you know what I'm saying? It is literally right by one of the fancier parts of town. Okay. And literally nobody is impinged by this thing. Okay. You know what I'm saying? It was not a repurposed prison. Okay, dude, this is like nothing, bro. You know what I mean? And then if you go across the freeway, it's like literally nice homes, dude. Like nice houses. If you go across up on the hill, I mean, they're not that nice because they're right next to the freeway, but they're fairly nice because in Portland, even if you're close to the freeway, when you're in this part of the city, right? When you're this close to the city, like it's pretty, cause here's downtown and then this is like inner southeast. Okay. And then this is literally right here, dude. It's like right in the fucking, basically the city proper, right by OHSU. You know what I'm saying? Here's OHSU, like the children's center. And there's a tram here that goes up the hill to the hospital. And like this ICE facility is literally right down the street from the children's center, OHSU, and nobody is affected by this thing. Okay. It's all bullshit. And so to answer, somebody said, where do the Blazers play? So the Blazers play across the river. Okay. Right. Where's Broadway? The Blazers play right here, all right, at the Moda Center. Okay, that's where the Blazers play, at the Moda Center. And then there's the Memorial Coliseum, which is like their old stadium where like the hockey team plays, right? The Portland, the like minor league hockey team or whatever. And so there's the Moda Center. And then the soccer field is down here, okay, Providence Park. That's where the soccer fucking MLS soccer team plays. And then right south of downtown, just south of the children's fucking center at OHSU is where this ICE facility is. Dude, it's like literally in a residential neighborhood, right? They're so full of shit. Okay? This whole thing, these people are crazy. Okay? They're crazy. I may have to go down there and fucking film a little footage. You know what I'm saying? The trees are insane, guys. Like the amount of trees in Portland is fucking crazy, bro. It is. It's nuts. But all right, there's our little tour, dude. Dude, this shit is wild, boss. But yeah, dude, she is crazy, right? She is fucking outrageous, bro. I got to save that one, though, because I'm going to have to go fucking harass. I think maybe I already did, right? Dude. Dude, they're so funny. Dude, fucking clowns, bro. Those weren't bruises from being attacked. So the thing about these fucking interlopers, as I like to call them, okay, is that their whole job, though, is to just build a narrative, right? They go out and they always like, oh, they get a black eye. Oh, no, I got assaulted. Oh, I got attacked. What were you doing before you got attacked? I stole the guy's flag, right? I mean, it's just all like hand jobbery, okay? And so they're all full of shit, okay? Every last one of them, they're literally just paid to be here. And why are they here, guys? They're here for the same reason they do this shit in Seattle. They do this shit in San Francisco. They're here for one reason, guys, and one reason only, because we are a pro-LGBTQ city. That's it, guys. That's what it is. You look at Seattle, you look at Portland, you look at San Francisco. We are pro-LGBTQ, 100%. We are open. So all of those Christian shitheads literally target us simply because we are pro-LGBTQ. That's exactly what it's about. 100%. They go after the pro-LGBTQ cities and they say they're lawless. They try to make it seem like we're living outside the normal bounds of society. Fuck them, okay? Fuck them. Fuck Trump. Fuck you, Trump. You ain't getting the National Guard. You little shithead. Judge blocked you. Okay? They're fucking idiots. All right? Now, we got to check in. We got 36 minutes. We need 12 more, baby, to get that dance party going. All right? If you want it, come get it. All right. But, dude, so now we're going to move on, though. I'm not going to spend all night on these clowns. I'm trying to keep it a little tighter. So, like, when I have an hour and a half of footage to try and make a video, it gets very overwhelming for me. So now I'm making it, I'm getting a little tighter. But yeah, so his order, dude, Pendulous. Let's go, baby. We appreciate you, boss. Oh, Elon, get down. And it is Christian fuckery. Now, on the subject of Christian fuckery, can we look at something real quick? Because I thought this was really interesting, guys. Okay, this right here is really interesting because Dr. Drew was on TV today flapping his gums. Okay, look at this, though. Okay, because look at what Dr. Drew says. Dr. Drew on America's rising rage. Oh, America's rising rage, guys. But check out what he says here, guys. Okay, you ready? Watch this.
This is all being done out in the open. There's no shame in it. The getting right up into someone's face, spitting at them in this conjured up rage.
Conjured up.
Why is there no public shame left or sense of embarrassment or just general civility?
Yeah, it's... Well, that's absolutely gone, of course, but you've been sort of framing this in the conversation with the Attorney General as a moral failing, which it is. Some people's moral sensibilities are very fragile, and when they lose some of that structure of society, or if they're encouraged to engage in certain aggressive outbursts, they will do so. And they may not have the sensibility to understand they're doing something wrong. In fact, we live in a time...
Dude, that sounds like some eugenic shit, doesn't it? You're just not genetically advanced enough to, like, realize you're being a shitbag.
You just saw it in the case of the opponent to the Attorney General, where he was saying things that were absolutely outlandish because he believed they would be received by everyone he'd be speaking to as somehow okay. It's mass formation again. It's the same thing we saw during COVID. It's alive and well now. People are brainwashed, and they are delusionally believing that people they disagree with are less than human.
Okay. He said that they're believing the people they disagree with are less than human. Right? Now, what does that remind you of? Hold on. You ready? Wait. What is it? That reminds me of something. Doesn't it? Doesn't it remind you of something the president said? Democrats are the party of hate, evil, and Satan. Oh, yeah. That sounds kind of like exactly what Dr. Drew was talking about. Yeah, he's like dehumanizing the entire Democratic Party. The fucking president. Oh, wait. How many Christian fucking shitbags do we fucking hear every day saying, I believe there's even a name for it. They call us Demoncrats, right? They are constantly saying that we're demons, we're evil, right? Remember the groomer term that got thrown around? Excuse me, right? Demon rats, demoncrats. Like, this is a Christian thing. The Christians have been doing the shit that Dr. Drew says. Okay? Dr. Drew's like saying, oh, these poor, like, these eugenically inferior protesters are so rageful. They're conjuring rage and they don't even realize they've done something bad. And it's like, Dr. Drew, yo, fuck you, boss. Fuck you, boss. The problem is these Christians that are running around calling everybody demons and Satan and the devil and the goddamn president echoing this shit. And he's been doing this for 10 fucking years, bro. For 10 years, we have listened to these culture war fucking Christian proselytizing entitled fake oppressed MFers, bro. And like now they're like, oh, how dare you get upset at us? Dude, you're taking away women's rights. You have the president attacking transgender people. You're like sending the military into cities that don't need it. You're fucking stepping on everybody's fucking rights. Dude, I watch videos every day of poor Hispanic people being chased down by masked mobs and put into unmarked cars to be taken who knows where, maybe a prison in another fucking country. You fucking cunts, bro. You know what I'm saying? And he's got the nerve to sit there and be like, oh yeah, the rage in these people.
This is a very dangerous situation when you make people you disagree with less than human, because then...
Dude, hold on. We got to fucking save this, though. Do I have this? Hold on. Let me see if I have this already. Dude, isn't that crazy? Dude, shit fucking pisses me off, bro. All right, yeah. All right, I got it. Dude. Dude, yeah, the projection is insane, bro. Insane.
And you're justified in doing just about anything. I think about it. Imagine if I came in here today and said to you, the democracy is over, somebody has taken over our government. You would say, Drew, let's go. We got to do something right now. We have to go take action. There are people, thousands in this country, that are being told by their leaders that that is the current situation. And if there are certain personality types, certain personality profiles where they are prone to outburst, prone to aggression, you remove some of those social constraints, you put in these encouraging kinds of...
Dude, what a fucking... Yeah, dude. Dude, these guys are so snarly, dude. They're snarly, right? That's what they are. They're snarly. They're like snarky and smarmy and gnarly, right? And fucking... Look at his face, dude. Oh, my God. He looks like he's fucking shitting a fucking rattlesnake. Dude, Clown Prince, let's go, dude. He's like, oh, I'm giving birth to a rattlesnake from my rectum. Dude, oh shit, bro. What the fuck? Dude, these guys, bro. Oh, Lord. Lord have mercy. Dude, oh shit. Dude, that's what happens when you give birth to a rattlesnake. From your rectum, you get this face. This is a well-known condition that afflicts right-wingers, right, who have not had enough fiber. Dude, they've consumed too much Fox News and not enough fiber, and that's where you end up. Dude, let's go. Dude, I didn't miss the pendulous one. Dude, there's a fucking, it's already, oh, did I? Oh, I did. All right, never mind. Let's go. Dr. Drew applying for a cabinet position. Let's go. All right. I was wrong. You owe me one now. Just kidding. Dude, you have to give me another one. Dude, you like that? You like how that works? That's funny. Dude, Bradshaw, now you got to give me one since I did it right. Right? Oh, shit. Kidding. But, dude, is Dan Bongino still alive? Dude, Dan Bongino is like, he's like sitting in a basement office now. Dude, Andrew Bailey from Missouri took his job. So Bongino, like, we're probably never going to hear from him again. But, you know what I'm saying? Dude, this is funny, bro.
Of leadership in place, and it's on.
Dude, these guys are fucking crazy. Dude, we gotta have my fucking, the tweet game going. All right. Let's go. Let's fucking go, dude. All right. So now we're moving on though. Okay. Now we are officially moving on. Okay. Because, dude, we got some good shit. We got some crazy shit. And these things are like, you know, sort of, they're like part and parcel of each other, okay? Because we have two. So Scroto, I saw you say earlier that you changed your name to Scroto Baggins. What was your previous name? So who are you? Who were you? Right? We got Scroto Baggins with us, but who was Scroto Baggins? Right? Dude, Dr. Drew is a right winger. Yeah, dude. Travis. Oh, I remember you, Travis. Okay. I don't think I saw the last name, but I do remember the Travis. You were here last night. Dude, let's go. All right. So, dude, we have some links to look at that I have not looked at this shit yet. Okay. But So there's some links here about TPUSA, okay? And specifically, we're going to look a little bit because there's two things going on right now. So on the one hand, we have the TPUSA shit going down, right? Dude, Pendulous, dude, let's go, baby. Listening on the phone, we love to see it. Dude, Borrow Bad, let's do this. All right, Pendulous is taking Pickles for a walk. The Borrow Bad said, let's do this. All right, dude, we're halfway there, guys. We got 24 minutes. We need 7 for dance party. And good to see you again, Borrow Bad. So these next two stories are tied together because on the one hand, there are people who are starting to look into TPUSA as a money laundering scheme and you know, Charlie Kirk's sort of connections to J6, okay? That TPUSA, in addition to being a grooming and indoctrination like foundation of trying to win young white men, specifically young white men, into the Trumpism MAGA fold through misogyny, racism, and transphobia. That was Charlie Kirk's role. So, dude, V for Victor, say, dude, I need a fix. There it is, dude. All right, thank you. And in addition to that, though, it looks like TPUSA has been a money factory where billionaires could put money into TPUSA and sort of like move it through the system, right? A little bit of money laundering going on, and definitely some of that money going to fund shit like J6. Now, why I think this is important is because we do have a recurring accusation, guys. Okay, one of the recurring accusations from the right wing is this shit about funding, right? Now they want to investigate all of the left wing stuff because they're funding Soros, right? You know what I'm talking about. They're insisting that everybody on the left is being funded by George Soros. It's more of their tropes. But like, look at this video here. Okay, this guy says, look at these stations set up for Portland ICE protesters. I paused and slowly skimmed the video. There are pre-made signs. There's coolers, food, cases of water, traffic cones for protesting, grills, cases of paperwork, logos. Shit's likely NGOs, they say. Okay, they say that this is paid. But like, guys, if you look at this, it's like, this looks like a tailgating party at a football game, okay? You know what I'm saying? If you go to the parking lot of any college on a Saturday or any pro stadium on a Sunday, you're going to see people bring their fucking pop-ups. They're going to bring their grills and their coolers, and they're going to bring their tables and their food and paper plates and a bunch of like, they'll probably bring cornhole and what have you. It's like, dude, this isn't some crazy well-funded operation. This is literally, I mean, for a group of people that protest together a lot, they're having a tailgate party while they protest. It's a block party while they protest. And is it funded? Yeah, by them. You know what I'm saying? By the people that fucking invest in this shit and go and protest together. The same way that tailgate parties are funded by the people that set up their pop-ups in a fucking, right, at a football stadium. And you know what I mean? And what's more, though, guys, is I saw somebody say it, that people that do shit together in a community effort behave like this. They pull their shit together. Somebody brings a grill, somebody brings a cooler, somebody brings another cooler, somebody brings a pop-up, somebody brings the tables, and they all meet up, and then they fucking communally use it. We do this at like the Oregon Country Fair, Burning Man, right? Any outdoor festival, you know, Lollapalooza, the tailgate party at the fucking Raiders games. This is not uncommon behavior. Right? But these assholes are like, oh, shit. Oh, Soros. Oh, Soros. And it's like, oh, my God. You know what? Hold on. You ready? Wait. Hold on one sec. Look out. Hold on. Let me see what we got here. Oh, shit, dude. Look at this. Oh, Jesus. Sorry. Look at this, guys. Soros. Oh, my God, bro. Dude, sorry. It was so fucking loud, bro. Oh, look at that, dude. George Soros, bro. Soros is funding the Raiders, dude. Right? Oh, shit. You know what I mean? Look at this. Must be George Soros that funded a fucking tailgate party out here in the parking lot. Dude, Soros is funding all the football stadiums, bro. Look at that. Oh my God, dude. Look at this crazy shit, boss. This has to be some NGOs, man. Dude, Marisol, you brought your cooler. Let's go. Dude, look at that. It's got to be NGOs, guys. Gotta be NGOs. Look, a lot of NGOs. Dude, look at this NGO brought some chips, bro. Dude, I next time I go to a football game, I'm gonna be like, can I have a Soros burger, please? You see what I'm saying? You see how fucking stupid these people are? They're so dumb, bro. They literally act like this shit is like some crazy paid adventure. You know what I'm saying? Like, how stupid do you have to be to fucking, right? When you literally look at all the grills in the fucking parking lot of this stadium, bro. You know? I mean, dude. But they go all in on this shit, dude. You know? Dude, Hamas grills. Dude. Dude. I mean, dude, this is so funny, bro. Dude, look at that. Look at all those grills, guys. Look at all those NGOs functioning at the Raiders Stadium. That's crazy, huh? Isn't it? Dude, that is wicked. Dude, so funny, bro. Dude, these people are crazy. All right, but now I got sidetracked, okay? So to get back to my thing though, we have Charlie Kirk and TPUSA. Dude, V for Victor. Let's go, baby. 4 more, guys. And we dance. Oh, we have 17 minutes. We have plenty of time. Okay, so what I want to point out, guys, is how the two things that are happening are, on the one hand, we're going to look at TPUSA. We're going to look at TPUSA, suggestions that it's a money laundering scheme, Charlie Kirk's role in J6. We know there is something more to TPUSA, the way that they're like, it's like they just moved Charlie out and they are now trying to, like, you know, become this pro-Israel, pro-Trump mechanism, right? It's like it's been part of the MAGA conglomeration. Dude, Toilet Paper USA, let's go, OJ. Appreciate you. As in, drink your OJ, but don't be an OJ. All right. But on the other hand, guys, Candace Owens is on a tear, guys. Okay, which is why you see she's trending. Let me just say, guys, Candace Owens, I tweeted about this today too. Let me find the tweet. She's on a tear, okay? And she is on a tear that I believe we have to take advantage of. Look at this, okay? So Candace Owens shares what she claims are group chat messages showing Charlie Kirk saying he lost a $2 million a year donor for not canceling Tucker, and that he was leaving the pro-Israel cause, okay? Now, the thing about this, guys, is I need to be very clear here, okay? I don't trust Candace Owens, okay? I do not trust Candace Owens at all, okay? I don't know if this is true. I don't know if it's accurate, but you ready? I don't care, okay? Because the point being, it doesn't matter if Candace is lying or telling the truth. What matters is that Candace has the ammunition right now to damage MAGA, okay, she has the juice to put a crack in MAGA that they will not recover from, okay? Which means that, like, I want to elevate Candace and I want to elevate the shit she is saying so the other people around her get mad at her and she gets mad at them and they fight each other. Because this is a rift around Israel and the middle of MAGA that I believe we can split MAGA the way they did in 2024. You know what I'm saying? I absolutely believe we can do that because there is a huge rift around Israel that is affecting, because a lot of these young MAGA guys are like pretty anti-Semitic, okay? They're listening to the Jake Shields and the Andrew Tates of the world, okay? And so they're not really going to be down with the, like, going to the Wailing Wall, Erica Kirk faction of TPUSA. And so there's an opportunity here to put a fucking split right down the middle of these motherfuckers, okay? And I am here for it. I am absolutely here for it. So we're going to look at that too, okay? I think we, like I said here, guys, I said, I don't know if Candace is telling the truth, and I don't really care. We should all, however, spread her voice on this as far as possible, help her create a massive rift in MAGA. This is a huge gift from Charlie Kirk's death, okay? The opportunity to turn them all against each other and grab some popcorn, okay? Now, the other thing is oddly enough, dude, my crypto went up when Charlie got killed. And I'm not sure why that is, boss. But ever since Charlie died, my crypto's done better. And I don't know if a whole bunch of Charlie bros were like crypto people and like, I don't know, dude. But something like it definitely, I've noticed my crypto go up since he got whacked. And I don't know why, dude. I don't understand it. Dude. You know, I just don't get it. But thank you. Thanks for taking one for the team, Charlie. Dude, one last thing, though. I don't know if you've seen it, but people are using that Charlie Kirk picture, this one, like right before it happened. And, dude, I did one where this is MAGA knowing they're still watching the Super Bowl despite talking about boycotting it for 16 hours a day. Oh, dude, isn't that funny? Oh, shit, bro. I know we shouldn't be laughing, but we are. Deal with it. Dude, that photo. Dude. Dude, it is brutal. But you know what? They can't cancel me, okay? I'm sorry, MAGA. You can't cancel me. I work for myself. There's really nothing you can do. You're going to have to pick on somebody else, right? But dude, they're the ones who won't let it go, though. So, to Doc to dance, let's go. Oh, shit. Dude, did I miss one? No, I didn't. Oh, shit. We're almost there, guys. Let's fucking go, baby. All right, let me get these videos. Oh, shit. Dude, V for Victor, R is real. Let's go. Dude, I love that punch sound, bro. So good. Oh, yes. Ah, yes. I remember it well. All right. So, yeah, let's start with some of these Charlie Kirk videos. Okay, there's a couple of them here. And we're going to skip around. I don't know what we got, what we're getting into, but we've got Charlie Kirk gets mad when his J6 ties are fucking unearthed. All right, this is from the Majority
in the
Report.
last seconds of the debate.
Okay, this is from a all right, let's see what we got here. Charlie Kirk it did that thing, Ben Glieb. Is that how you say his name? Glieb? It's Glieb, right? Am I right in saying that? Dude, I like hearing Candace's conspiracy theories as well. I do. Like, you know what I'm saying? She does. YouTube won't take Cash App. Yeah, well, Bradshaw, I have Cash App. You can look up right? It's right above there, right up here at the top, boss. Right up there. I have a Cash App. You don't have to give the Cash App to YouTube. You can Cash App me direct. Right? Let's go, baby. Dude, but she does. You know, the thing that I like about Candace Owens is that she's very thorough. She's very thorough in the way she presents her case. Okay? She calls people and talks to people, and she dots the I's and crosses the T's, and then she comes and presents you a whole, like, fucking plate of crazy, but, like, every dish on the crazy plate has been something that she has cooked to perfection. You know, she doesn't just break out a crazy idea. She breaks out a crazy idea with a whole bunch of crazy, like, details that she has unearthed that, like, you know, make it seem like her crazy idea is maybe not so crazy. Dude, Chris, let's go. What's going on, Tommy? Very proud of how well you do your show. Look forward to it early every morning. Peace and respect, brother. Let's go. Dude, thank you, Chris. We appreciate you, boss. Oh, we're going to give Elon an uppercut. Thank you, boss. Dude, we're getting better and better. But all right, let's watch this one.
You mentioned something to Charlie Kirk that he did not include on his broadcast, but you did on yours.
You can't infringe on someone's freedom to ask them to wear a mask because it might not spit deadly virus into their face. That's too much of an impingement on freedom for you. But you're okay with rolling back reproductive freedom. You're okay with rolling back voting access in this country. You're okay with broadly undermining our democracy by backing an insurrection literally to overthrow the election of our nation that you supported. I mean, Turning Point's literally funded Trump's Jan 6 rally.
So, Ben, I have a question.
That led to an insurrection attempt on our government and the death of many people, including police officers that you claim to love and care for. How do you reconcile being anti-freedom on all of those things and claiming you are pro-freedom?
So, Ben, I have a question. Which one of us was...
An anti-democracy.
Ben, I have a question. Which one of us was arrested at the Capitol before?
I was.
So you're an insurrectionist?
Oh, no. I didn't break into the building and kill people.
Wait, were you arrested?
Yeah,
Where was I on January 6th?
You were doing a podcast in which you said, I'm getting 500 emails a minute of people saying, we want civil war, ginning that up.
You were arrested at the Capitol?
Not that day.
And I was in Phoenix, Arizona?
And you also sent busloads of people to the Capitol on Jan 6th.
How do you justify...
See, you notice how he won't answer the question? He does that fucking abuser shit of, let me flip it around, let me flip it back at you.
He sent people to the Capitol on Jan 6th. For the insurrection.
You really should get better research.
Are you not... hold on.
Our students never got near the Capitol.
None of them. None of them.
They were actually at the... They were at the ellipse,
and none of
2
them
miles
walked.
away.
None of them walked into the Capitol.
But you, as an insurrectionist who were arrested at the Capitol...
No.
Because you are a threat to democracy.
I peacefully protested and told the Capitol Police I would be protesting.
2 years earlier.
It was respectful and it was civil disobedience.
I did not know that you were a domestic terrorist.
So you do take blame for the insurrection.
Dude, you see the other thing he does, though? That I mean, avoiding direct questions, but you see the other thing he's doing here where he is like quieting his speech and he's like, oh, you're a domestic terrorist. I didn't know you were a domestic terrorist, right? And now we've seen this. He does this when like a woman's kicking his ass in a debate where he's like, calm down. Right? Calm down. You know, you need to calm down. You're being right. And this is a very common abuser's tactic to like shut people down by lowering your tone, lowering your volume, taking it down, getting very, very calm, and then trying to use your calm, okay, to activate another person. Okay. You know what I'm saying? And, well, the thing about this, Pendulous, is I appreciate you saying he's a Zionist, he's a bad man. I'm not playing this to defend Ben, right? I don't really care about Ben. I'm playing this to look at Charlie, okay? And so, like, it's okay if Ben is a bad person, because I don't even know who the fuck Ben is, and I don't give a shit about Ben, but I do care about Charlie, right?
I take no blame. That's slanderous and wrong.
Why do you take no blame for it?
You sent buses to the people there. To the ellipse that got nowhere near the Capitol. You're the insurrectionist. But that day that you ginned up. That is libelous and slanderous, and you know it. That day that you. So what's the final question you have here?
That day that you ginned up.
I ginned up nothing.
That day
That's a disgusting lie. You're the only one that got arrested.
You said you were sending Patriots to fight.
I said nothing like that.
Yes, you did.
You've never said
You're sending buses ginning up.
And you said they want a civil war.
This is so typical of the left. Where you come in here, where you yourself have been arrested at the Capitol, and you try to say that I am something I'm not. You are a domestic terrorist, and a failed presidential candidate.
Dude, what are they doing? These guys are both clowns, bro.
So you have the balls to come in here and try to call me that?
So you're not. You're not responsible for it.
Let me.
I'm just asking. That's my last question.
Not even
you're
close.
You're not responsible
but
for what happened on
have
January
actually
6th?
been arrested on the Capitol.
Okay,
let me finish and say this. This right here is exactly why we're not going to come together as a nation or this. No. You dishonestly come in here with poorly researched talking points where I was 2,000 miles away.
You can't
Phoenix, Arizona
incite
that
a
day.
mob from a distance.
Let me be very clear. You're the one that.
Dude, this idea that. Dude, Charlie was 2,000 miles away, but he was like trying to, incite a civil war. I mean, come on, man. You don't have to be there.
Been arrested before. Yeah. I have not, nor students, and they got nowhere near.
None of them.
And let me just finish by saying this. You're done. Let me finish by saying this. This is exactly why no one trusts half the country.
I promise.
Because they dishonestly lie about this, and they think they got one.
But this is all cut, right? This is not on his.
So this was on. He ends it right after this.
He's been arrested.
And then when he gets up, he didn't air any of this.
So much for a great debate. Thank you guys so much.
I promise here's my last sentence.
This
all is not on from here. If you're not responsible for what happened on Jan 6th, is that because unintended consequences happened that you didn't anticipate?
I hope that
kind of like mothers that have an unintended pregnancy, they didn't anticipate. So if you want to be cut some slack for Jan 6th, maybe you could cut women some slack.
Thank you.
Who unintentionally get pregnant.
Does
that sound like a deal?
You're the domestic terrorist.
I was peaceful protesting, my friend.
Thank you. Domestic terrorist.
You ginned up an insurrection on
That's so fun. That's good.
Oh, he was big mad. He was real mad.
But dude, yeah, the thing that's really interesting about that is like how Charlie Kirk, he had a very specific take that he does when he is getting triggered in a fucking fight or a debate or what have you, where he gets really calm. He tries to like rile the other person up. Usually like there, he kept saying, oh, because you got arrested, you're a domestic terrorist. You're a domestic terrorist. You're a domestic terrorist. Yeah, I know, Blanket. Charlie would never really debate anyone who wasn't like a 20-year-old. Like mostly what he did was he went and tried to find the sort of like goofiest, like flimsiest, 20-year-old he could get, right? He would often, that's why when he went to Cambridge, he got his ass handed to him. Remember when he went to Cambridge? Because normally he would go to like a party school, guys. He'd go to ASU or like Chico State or some low-level university, right? Like Ole Miss. You know what I mean? He was always going to the fucking, like the party schools, and then he would pick some girl that was like a psych major or some shit, and he would put her on there, and then he would just like, try to like pull every misogyny trick he could to sort of lambaste her and punk her in front of a group of frat boys who would then be cheering for him. You know what I mean? And he was constantly doing that shit. You know what I mean? He was constantly doing that. And even there though, right? Even in that segment, he never fucking answered the guy's question. Okay? He never answered the question. He stopped listening to the guy and just repeated the "you're a domestic terrorist" part. And repeatedly said, you were arrested. I was 2,000 miles away, right? You know what I mean? He just avoided, did his little abusers get calm. I mean, that was very telling. Let's see what they have to say about it.
There, you got it.
I mean, he also must have anticipated the question, right? And because that's why he did his research on your protest activities.
Yes, which, just to clarify, and that's the one thing I regret that I was so caught off guard by that. I didn't make very clear. It was literally in 2019 during my presidential campaign in a planned act of civil disobedience that I went with Represent Us as part of a 900-mile march, or 700 miles from Atlanta to D.C. that Ronaldo Pearson did, and I joined for the last mile, and we told the Capitol Police we were protesting corruption in government and trying to get lobbyist money out and trying to stop voter suppression, and we told the cops, and we sat in, and they said, if you don't stand up, you'll be arrested, and we did that. We didn't stand up, and we got arrested, and it was coordinated with the police.
Peaceful civil disobedience. I mean, people understand the difference between that. Well, listen, Ben.
And so let me just say quickly, so then he tries to hover over me and intimidate me, and I think the point at the end there, even though it's a little bit of a mixed message, is, I think, so good, because if you're going to literally carelessly support an overthrow of an election, an overthrow of our government, and not take responsibility for so closely, if not directly, encouraging these people to storm the Capitol building, to not certify an election, and you are not responsible for that unintended consequence as you claim, it just doesn't make sense for such a large thing to say you have no blame. But for an everyday thing that happens millions of times a year, somebody gets pregnant by accident, to not understand that maybe you should be able to have a way out of that situation if you're not ready for it. It's always a sad instance when an abortion happens. It's not done lightly, but it's something that the woman should be able to choose between herself and her doctor. And that should be, I think, pretty darn clear.
I mean, we should probably watch the abortion bit real quick, because this, I mean, many of us have seen this, but this was, to me, was really epic. But let's, do we have a timestamp for this? Where is the timestamp? I want to, because I don't want to watch the whole thing, but there is one section. Maybe I'll use Bradshaw's clip that you had, right? Yeah, this is the one. All right, here we go.
Truly believe that this is a human being. This,
without a doubt.
Without a doubt?
Yes.
This is a dolphin fetus. Without a doubt, a dolphin fetus is a human being. This is a human.
Dude! Oh, shit! Yeah, look at his face. Oh, yeah, the reaction.
Dolphins for human babies often.
So let me
you go to SeaWorld and you're like, someone's got human.
Dude, I sort of need to steer clear of the music, though. I don't want to get fucking copy struck for some fucking weird TikTok song. But I wanted to see where we have that in the debate, because that is actually a pretty good part. Let's see if we can find it.
No, that's dishonest.
Oh, here we go. Oh, it was all set up, I think. Was it? No. Tune should be open source. Yeah, it probably is, but I can never, though. I always have to be careful because I don't know, because if it's not, I'm fucked. But here it is. Okay, I found it. All right, you ready? I found it. Dude, you ready? Let's go. It is a meme, but you don't know. It's like all it takes is somebody to copy strike that. And you know what else happens? Weird. Can I just lament for a second here? Because there's something I encounter pretty often, but I don't know how fucking real this is or how often it happens to other people. But there's a thing that happens on YouTube, right? There's a thing, if they posted the song, you can fair use. No, not with music, John Doe. You can't fair use music. Music is a copyright that triggers that you can fair use sometimes content, but even then they can say no. And, you know, you don't have any recourse because you would have to get a lawyer. But with music, you can't fair use. And there's not an under 30 seconds. No, I wish there was. But So sometimes if it's only like 5 seconds, it won't trigger it, right? If there's a little bit, sometimes it won't trigger. It depends. Like if it's the Beatles, it'll be 2 seconds of it and it shuts out. But here's what I want to say that I want to lament for a minute. I'm going to do a little YouTube complaint because what will happen, guys, and if you're a YouTuber, you should look out for this, is sometimes there's a thing that goes viral, okay? Like it happened to me recently where Erica Kirk did that interview after Charlie Kirk died. And what they did was some AI or something, somebody started a YouTube page and they created a song, okay? They gave the song a title, and they got this content ID, this song, but the song was Erica Kirk's voice. So, and then they copy strike everybody who uses that clip of her voice and they share the revenue. Now, what happens is you see that, wow, that's not a song, that's bullshit, and you challenge it and you say, dude, they don't even own the copyright, and then they drop it. But you wonder if they do that to like 10,000 people, how many people just don't do anything and go, oh, okay, I used a song, I guess I have to share it, right? Who knows, right? The video that I made that they tried to share revenue with had made several $100s. And I was like, fuck these guys. And it happens a lot. I think it's AI, actually. I think there are AI sites that do that try to just fake copy strike people on YouTube, right? Dude, it's so annoying. I mean, I always win them, but I always get nervous that like, dude, maybe I'm not going to win it and it's going to be a hassle. Dude, people are just so smarmy. All right, let's watch Charlie here. Hold on, here we go.
I'm not exactly sure the essence of the
Do
question.
human beings have tails? Do you have a tail?
Oh, here we go.
Do humans have tails, Charlie?
I'm sorry, what?
Serious question. Do human beings have tails?
I'm not exactly sure the essence of the
question.
question.
Do human beings have tails? Do you have a tail?
You know, I have never met anyone with a tail. I'm not exactly sure the...
Exactly. But fetuses have tails.
Dude, you see him? I've never met anyone with a tail. Like, you see that though? Like, how he won't answer the question. Do human beings have tails? Oh, I've never met anyone with a tail. But he doesn't want to say no because he's afraid he's being set up for something. So he's kind of like, right? Dude, I mean, yeah, I was thinking about the coccyx. I mean, I think human beings maybe did have tails at one point. If you look at a coccyx, it sure does seem like we had one at one point. But anyway, here we go.
Never met anyone with a tail? I'm not exactly sure the...
Exactly. But fetuses have tails. Kind of proves that at that phase, they are not a human being. They got tails. Humans don't have tails. We're not dinosaurs. Let me even show you a photo, if I may, okay? Do you truly, in your heart of hearts, truly believe that this is a human being? This...
Without a doubt.
Without a doubt?
Yes.
This is a dolphin fetus.
So let me...
Without a doubt, a dolphin fetus is a human being. This is a human fetus. Look how similar they look.
Oh, shit.
Quite different.
Dude, look at that, though. They both they actually look really fucking similar, bro. Isn't that crazy? Dude, that's wild.
Dolphin. You just confirmed that a dolphin, in life, do you confuse dolphins for human babies often?
So let me
you
ask
go to
you a question.
SeaWorld and you're like, someone's got human babies in that aquarium. Get the human babies out of the aquarium.
Dude.
Well, you labeled it as a human fetus.
No,
so
I
you
did
that
not.
Dishonestly.
No, I did not. I didn't label it as anything. Doesn't say human fetus on there.
Let me ask you a question, though. So let's hold up those two pictures again.
Sure.
Is there a moral difference between the dolphin and the baby?
At this stage, no.
No.
You just confirmed that.
Let me ask you, a human and a dolphin, is it okay to kill one and not the other? Is there a difference morally between a human and a dolphin?
I mean, I don't like to kill dolphins, but when
do
they're
do you like to kill babies?
No, I don't. And when they're living, I certainly am not in favor of killing either, but obviously I protect a human over a dolphin.
Hold up the human one.
Sure.
Is that not alive?
No, it is not alive.
Well, then how is it able to have a heartbeat?
It's attached to an alive being called a woman.
Yeah, it's basically a parasite. I mean, I know parasite is a negative word, but an embryo, a fetus, is a parasite. It's a parasitic part of a woman's body that over a 9-month period eventually becomes a fully formed human baby. And then it's able to live outside the body. But in the beginning, it is a fucking parasite. That's literally all it is.
Wait, so it doesn't have a heartbeat, does it?
No, it doesn't have a true heartbeat.
Oh, yes, it does.
At some point, it does.
22 days after conception, the child's heart begins to circulate. Not alive?
That is also disputed science and not
At
correct.
just 6 weeks, the child's eyes and eyelids, nose and mouth and tongue have formed. Not alive?
No. It is not a heartbeat at 22 weeks.
So, wait, hold on. It's either dead or alive. Which one is it?
That is not true. It is becoming...
Pick one.
It's dead currently. It is
it's
not
dead.
alive. It is not alive.
So you were once dead.
You
before
defined
were
life
alive?
as distinct. It's not distinct. It's attached
It's totally
to somebody
distinct.
feeding it distinct.
See, here's the thing. You ready? I would say that the tissue of a fetus is living. It's living tissue. But like, dude, if I have a wart, is living fucking tissue. You know what I'm saying? Like, the tissue is living, but it is not a being. Okay, it's not a being. I mean, dude, like I have a wart. I mean, I don't have a wart, but if I had a wart on my foot, that wart would be living tissue. Okay, and we certainly don't have a problem excising a wart. Like, come on, man.
Distinct means on its own.
No,
is
it
it not
doesn't.
attached to its mother?
That's autonomous. not
Distinct is the same.
Distinct means it has its own DNA, its own composition.
That's the definition of the word distinct, is its own DNA and composition?
Well, that's the...
Incorrect.
So it is unique.
So is sperm, and so is eggs, and so is everything. Dolphins are unique. That doesn't mean you can or can't kill them or put them in aquariums.
There's 1 million abortions every single year. Do you think that's too many or not enough?
I think it's whatever the mother decides with her own family is the right move for their life, and it's none of our damn business.
See, this is like where it gets shady with these guys. Right? I mean, I'm not going to delve into this because there's no point, because Charlie's dead. And so what he thinks about abortion doesn't matter anymore. But, and yeah, dude, this guy is not really a great, this guy's not a great debater. Like, he got the little gotcha, but the abortion thing is I guess what's really interesting about the abortion scenario is it really comes down to this. It comes down to, like, Charlie Kirk, if you feel so strongly that like 1 million abortions a year is like too many, and abortion is morally wrong, and abortion is a type of murder to you, Charlie, then you, Charlie, when you get pregnant, don't get an abortion, right? Like, you have a right to think like, wow, that seems like morally wrong. I'm not going to do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Like, the same way that somebody can take a company and they can like fracture it, break it into pieces, sell it off, fuck all the employees, and they can get rich doing it. Or they could pump and dump a stock and they can get away with it and get rich doing it. But I think that's morally wrong. So I don't do that shit. You know what I'm saying? Now, you know what I mean? I mean, it's real simple. Like, don't get one. You know? I mean, you get to define, like Charlie can define life at conception for him. Okay? And if he has a woman that will allow him to make her beliefs for him, then he can define it for her too. But once he starts stepping outside of his own house, once he goes out in the front yard and starts telling the neighbors what conception means or when life begins, that's when it gets really fucking weird, guys, right? Like, no, Charlie, you need to go back in the house and enjoy that shit with your wife and with your own pregnancy. But you don't get to walk to your neighbor's house and tell them when life begins in their house, right? But when your religion, when you believe that you're doing the work of the person who created your neighbors, you do then get this type of like entitlement and this type of self-righteousness where you believe, now I get to go tell the neighbors when life begins because I'm an agent of the person that created the neighbors. So they don't know as much as I do. You know what I mean? Dude, did I miss? When did we fucking hit the 15? Let's go, baby. I got to go back. Oh, I can't even go back that far. Dude, who gave the last ones? Let me see. Dude, it was, oh no. All right, I saw all those. Dude, I didn't realize, Pendulous, that you brought the last one, boss. Let's fucking go, baby. Dude, let's go. You know what I mean? I mean, this shit, dude, the thing that's crazy about this is how, I don't know. I hate it when men do the abortion conversation. You know what I'm saying? I hate it when they do that. You know why? Because like Charlie Kirk, and he was like every other man that I've ever seen who talks about this shit. They always present it as though women use abortion like birth control. Okay. And like, I've known a lot of women who have gotten abortions, and I have not known a single woman who has not felt like insanely conflicted by having to make that decision. Okay. Many of them were in relationships with harmful men, and they got the abortions to get out of a relationship with a harmful man, right? Some of them were just not financially viable. Some of them were, it was in the wrong part of their career trajectory, or it happened with somebody that, they had taken precautions and it just fucking happened despite the precautions. I mean, there's a variety of reasons, but even when they absolutely knew getting the abortion was the right thing, it was the absolute perfect decision for them, it haunted them, right? They were haunted by it. Haunted by the decision. Haunted by the having to make it, okay? Being that, living in a society where they had to make such a grave decision. And many times they have to make it on their own, right? Because the dude doesn't even want to be involved, or he's trying to extract something from them. And it was just like heartbreaking and complicated and heavy. And these guys, though, that fucking, try to like control the abortion debate, they always, you know what I'm saying? They always frame it as though the women are out there just spreading their legs, getting pregnant, and like, oh, time to go get an abortion. Let's go. My 15th abortion. And it's not like that, man. It's not like that. But these guys, though, these fucking guys that do this shit, like Charlie Kirk, these guys that are anti-abortion, they're also anti-birth control. 99% of the time, they're anti-birth control. Okay, because what they want is they want the power of being able to control the woman through pregnancy. That's what it comes down to, guys. It's always about power with these religious conservatives. Okay, it is. It is when there's no abortion and there's no birth control, they have power over women. Period. They get them pregnant and they potentially own them for life. They have a lifetime attachment to them through the act of one pregnancy. Dude, it's pretty gnarly, okay? And that's pretty much what men did. If you went back to the 1950s, guys, and you saw a schlumpy dude with a beautiful woman, okay? I'm telling you guys, roll back and go look at pictures of couples from the 40s, the 50s, the 30s. You'll see a balding little shrimpy, schlumpy dude, and he's married to a fucking goddess. And you know why that happened, guys? Because he took her out and got her pregnant. He asked her out on a date. She didn't want to say no. She figured one date, he gets her drunk, he gets her pregnant. Society was like, you have to marry him if you get pregnant. And that's how schlumpy, ugly fucking dudes got a beautiful wife. Okay? They entrapped them. Okay? Yeah, it was a society and patriarchy fused together to conspire to let shitty, ugly, conniving men fucking get the most beautiful women for life to raise their kids simply by getting them drunk and getting them pregnant. That's what they did, guys. It's fucking horrible. That's why the minute abortion became legal with Roe v. Wade, women started being CEOs and shit. Women started marrying who the fuck they wanted to marry and not marrying some guy because this asshole got her pregnant when she was fucking 16. Okay? Let me just tell you, my mom, she had 4 kids by the time she was 18. Okay? She got saddled by an abusive man who kept getting her pregnant, and she was just tied down. And then pretty soon, when the woman has 4 kids, she ain't leaving. Okay? If she has 4 kids at 18, she ain't leaving. You can do whatever you want around her, and she is stuck. Okay? So yeah, it's a fucking complicated situation. Yeah, it is gnarly, dude. All right, fuck that. But now we got to go more though. We got a little bit more here because we have this thing, which is an ex-employee, okay, that sells out Charlie Kirk. There's an employee of TPUSA that talks about an employee of TPUSA talking about why they left the company, right? Yes, marry or be shunned. You know what I'm saying? Dude, you knew a few guy players, got women drunk, passive, violent. Yeah, dude, it's so crazy. It's fucked up, guys. They are fucked up. But I want to hear this one about the employee that fucking sells out TPUSA.
Hey, my name is Seven. I'm calling from Youngstown, Ohio.
Oh, so it's not okay. Well, I thought it was.
Oh, dude, it's Matt Bender. Let's go. I love Matt.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up?
Puerto Rico of Ohio, as they call it.
Yes, the Puerto Rico of Ohio. Yes.
Yeah. So I actually messaged yesterday talking about, so as early as November, I was working for Turning Point USA. And as of today, I've gotten into this weird place where I find myself criticizing Biden and Harris from the left. It's the strangest thing I've ever experienced.
Whoa. We gotta rewind here. We gotta back it up. I don't really care about the criticism of Biden.
Yeah, we have that in spades.
This is from 4 years ago, guys. This clip is 5 years ago, almost, from right after Biden won the election. Biden and Harris won. This is from 2020, okay?
But what's about this former TPUSA guy?
Yeah, what happened here? How long ago did you work for Turning Point USA?
So I stopped working for them in the first week of November. But I was
this year?
I basically worked in conservative politics. Yeah, of this year.
So wait,
let me give you a little background.
You went from Turning Point USA staffer to Biden Harris criticizer from the left in 1 month. What's going on here? You got to break it down for us.
Well, I mean, to be fair, the ideological shift, I mean, it did happen over a much longer period of time, going back to the pandemic and also the George Floyd thing. Those were 2 moments that, let me put it this way. I feel like the pandemic really allowed people to show their true colors, to really show themselves for who they are and what their priorities are. And it just, I think a lot of Republicans, myself included at the time, live in this realm of plausible deniability of what they're saying might not be true, but there's just enough a crumb of information that I can sort of exist in that space where I believe it to be true. But the pandemic and the George Floyd thing, it really exposed them for what they are and for what their priorities are.
Now, I got to ask you something. You're Ohio and Turning Point USA. So were you part of the diaper crew?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. So, but how does this? I'd ask. But so you're working for Turning Point USA. I'm assuming you're a conservative when you at least start working there. When did you start working for TPUSA?
I started working for them in December of 2018. I graduated college in the summer of that year. I worked for the Leadership Institute, which is one of the sort of behind-the-scenes conservative organizations where I was a field representative. I would go out there and I would recruit students. I brought Nigel Farage to schools. I brought Don Trump Jr. to schools.
Okay, just so you guys, no. I looked it up. So the diaper crew is referring to a 2017 protest at Kent State, okay, where the stunt was intended to mock students who advocated for safe spaces, okay? And then during Free Speech Week in October of 2017, TPUSA members wore diapers, sucked on pacifiers, and set up a playpen on the campus of Kent State. Okay, the protest was meant to symbolize that only a baby would need a safe space, but it backfired because everybody was mocking them. Okay, and this one right here was Caitlin Bennett. Remember the gun girl? Okay, remember the gun girl? She was president of the TPUSA chapter, and she ended up resigning, dude, like Caitlin Bennett. And then I guess inside there was like a huge conflict, okay? Dude, so yes, this happened. And right, this happened. And so what it was is it was like a chapter of TPUSA that sprung this fucking protest. But I think what happened here is I think this became one of the moments where Charlie Kirk sort of flexed his power over the organization as a whole, right? You know what I mean? Like, I think that's what really fucking went on, okay? It says the group came under intense scrutiny. They lost funding, had a bunch of members resign, okay? They were reaping in millions of revenue. Let's see. Let me see here. I mean, they don't really go into it, but it started as an internal fucking conflict, right? So it's Free Speech Week. So, it was only one student? Really? Dude, wait, was she the only one? Or yeah, no, I'm confused. Let me see if we can find a yeah, so I guess it was one person. It was one student who did it, right? But it was organized by Caitlin Bennett. But so there was a crew of people that fucking, yes, and that Caitlin Bennett. So there was a group of people that were behind this one student doing the diaper protest to protest safe spaces. Now, here's what I find, guys. What I find really ironic about this, right? What I find ironic about this is how Republicans have become the people of the safe space, right? Isn't that insane? Like, they are literally the kings and queens of we need a safe space. That is like their whole thing. Oh, I'm not safe. Oh, I'm being attacked. Oh, they're not letting me in. Oh, they're pressuring me. They're chasing me. They're shouting me down. Right? It's like this crazy. They have become the crybabies in chief of like needing a safe space. And yes, Caitlin Bennett is the girl who shat herself. Okay, she is the InfoWars. She had a baby. She's kind of disappeared a little bit, InfoWars, but she had a baby, right? So she's disappeared, but it is her. Caitlyn Bennett of the fucking, you know, once she had a baby, she kind of like disappeared for a little bit. But dude, she is pretty gnarly, dude. Like, just.
I was actually I was their top activist that year. But then fast forward to 2020 during the pandemic, I just realized, like, here we have Republicans handing over trillions of dollars to people who are already rich, corporations who, you know, wasted all their cash reserves through stock buybacks and other ridiculous shit like that. And it just became so difficult for me to defend the indefensible. I increasingly found myself in this spot where it's like, you know, I feel like I'm smart enough to know this is bullshit, and yet my paycheck is tied to defending, like I said, the indefensible.
I gotta be honest with you. I'm a little suspect. Not that you're a left winger. I'm a little suspect that you were ever working for Turning Point USA. I'm not to, because you're talking a little bit way too well informed for someone who made that switch like that. Even if you're saying it started a little while earlier.
Yeah, Matt wants to see your credentials.
Yeah, can you give me something that makes you think, like, send me some DM or something that because, you know, I'm a little bit in shock right now.
Okay, go to Google.
Okay, I'm going to Google.
Listen, go to Google right now.
Right.
Look up Nigel Farage at Lock Haven University, and then 𝗏𝗏 last name 𝗏𝗏. You will find a quote from me where I'm talking about how Trump is a populist and how he's giving people what they want.
Give me your last name again. I'm sorry.
Yeah. What? I'm sorry. What'd you say?
What did you say your name was? I got to check. I got to fact check for the audience.
Brendan says he has it. You want to pull it up,
𝗏𝗏.
Brendan?
SEV.
Oh, Brendan has it. All right,
𝗏𝗏 introduced him, emphasizing Farage's advocacy for individual rights, national sovereignty, and the rule of law.
Oh shit!
Wow.
Do
you have any?
I gave his introduction.
I sort of believe you. Do you have? But what I'm curious about is, do you have any correspondence that might be embarrassing to TPUSA that you could share with us from your time as a party official?
See, dude, I would have been suspicious the same way. You can trust no one on the internet, guys. That's rule number one. Okay? If you don't, like, you have to check people's credentials. Trust nobody on the internet. Right? When I see stories, especially if they're coming from Facebook or Reddit, oh, let me tell you a story. Dude, you just know they're fucking phony.
Like planning stuff. I think like talking points. I'm curious about that sort of thing.
When I had
what do you mean, like talking? Like,
when I had the Kent State Gun Girl on my show back in 2018. That's right after she publicly left Turning Point USA because they threw her under the bus for the diaper protest.
Was she the one who pooped her pants?
Yeah.
No, well,
I'm conflating diapers with pooping her pants.
Yeah, I mean, she like, we don't have, nobody saw the pants, but it is like, it may be a couch fucking JD Vance type thing, but it is the alleged pooping of the pants. Yes,
allegation of
alleged
that.
allegation. Yes.
Hey, if you're already wearing a diaper.
Yeah, exactly. But but when I talked to her, she gave me some dirt that's basically like a he said, she said thing. But shockingly, they really don't give much to people at any level other than like the very highest in Turning Point USA. Like the whole organization is pretty much enriching Charlie Kirk, and that's it. Like there really isn't no board of
right. But I'm just curious if there's like guidance on that ever or something like that.
Yeah,
but I get what you're saying.
It's not so like.
No, that's very true. I mean,
how did they win you? How did they win you over? Was it just that you were familiar with them because you were a conservative, or was there something specific that sort of made you want to go out and work with Turning Point USA in 2018?
See, one of the things I want to say about I'm curious if more comes out about this. One of the things that I want to say about Turning Point USA that doesn't get addressed enough is that I believe Turning Point USA, like, it started with Charlie Kirk just wanting to get into politics. Okay, that's how it started. And he was out there debating and going to colleges, and, you know, he was a college dropout, whatever. It was like him getting to have the college experience without having to do any of the work. And it was funded, okay, through connections of his father, who is a very big Republican donor, and fucking, what's his name? Bill Montgomery, right? Right? Okay, this guy right here, this old fucking fuck, right? Bill Montgomery, okay? American businessman and conservative activist who ironically died of COVID, of course, okay? But Turning Point USA was Bill Montgomery's fucking brainchild, okay? And Charlie Kirk got access to Bill Montgomery in this through his wealthy Republican donor dad. However, then when Donald Trump noticed the Charlie Kirk thing being a vehicle to men who could form the MAGA movement, all of a sudden TPUSA became something very different. It went from being like Charlie Kirk's little college fun thing to this gigantic moneyed arm of like the Trump campaign. Okay? You know what I'm saying? And Charlie Kirk became this sort of like satellite spokesman for Trump. Now, I know you guys remember we watched Charlie Kirk go on Gavin Newsom's show. Okay? And you may have noticed while Gavin Newsom was sort of plying Charlie Kirk and pretending like he fucking agreed with him, oh, my son likes you, and Charlie Kirk started divulging shit. One of the things that was very noticeable in that interview was that Charlie Kirk would not say anything negative about Donald Trump. He was very like reverent of Donald Trump while on that podcast. He was like, no, the credit is not me. It's all Donald Trump. It was all Trump. Like he did the thing that was very much about revering Trump and sort of like second rating him. But guys, let me just tell you, the reason why Charlie Kirk did this in the beginning is he wanted to go into politics. Okay? He wanted to go into politics. I think he wanted to be president one day, like a reality TV star, Donald Trump #2. Okay? And I think those aspirations were very problematic for the Heritage Foundation sort of powers that be, because Charlie Kirk is like, as much as he might have been somebody they would use to groom the younger kids, there's nobody in the Heritage Foundation, like conservative evangelical land, that wanted that guy anywhere near the fucking presidency. Okay? Because he's like, you know, he's not like staunchly, you know, Netanyahu's sidekick, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I'm saying? He wanted to know who's in the Epstein files. I mean, there are just some little problems with him that like made him not really fit in with that old guard, you know? And yeah, I mean, that's what it really is though, Gary, is young males don't vote, and Charlie Kirk got them to vote. Okay? And so he performed a very powerful function by giving the Republicans a voting base that wouldn't normally vote and would give them just enough votes to eke out some victories, right? But I think his long-term political aspirations made him not want to play ball with some of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people, like he didn't want to fully play ball, right? You know, like his support of Tucker Carlson, this feeds into what you know, Candace Owens is talking about, that Charlie Kirk liked being disruptive. You know what I'm saying? He liked being disruptive, and they, I don't know, the old guard people don't like disruption. You know, they don't. They don't like disruption, you know? And like Tucker wants to be president and Charlie wanted to be president, right? But in the real Trump land, like only Trump gets to decide who among them gets to be president. You know what I'm saying? Like the Republican Party is now Donald Trump's party, okay? He's going to choose, even, you know, like he ain't running in 2028. He's going to threaten he is, but he ain't fucking running. But I guarantee you he's going to pick who runs if he's alive. And if he's alive in 2032, he's going to pick who runs. Like he's going to command that party until he's dead. I'm not sure why, right? Yeah, I don't think he's going to be around in 28 personally. But if he was, like, I don't know what he has on them, you know? You know what I'm saying? And yeah, I think it has something to do with the Epstein thing because the Republicans are like really doing whatever they can to make sure Epstein doesn't come out, right? Anyone who breaks from that, oh, absolutely. Absolutely. You have to be, and I think Charlie was having some second thoughts about Israel support. Right. And not because of like Palestine or anything like that. But I think Charlie thought, if I had to guess, I think Charlie thought there was a connection between Israel and Epstein. Okay. I bet that is something that is behind whatever went on. Like, I think Charlie thought Israel was responsible for Jeffrey Epstein. I feel like if there's a internal conflict with Charlie that would get him off, that's it. Right? That would be it if I had to guess.
So, you know, it's kind of a long story, but I'll give you the short points. I was more of a libertarian. I was the libertarian guy in college. I started a Young Americans for Liberty chapter at my university. I was that really annoying guy that always wanted to argue with people about like the finer points of tax policy or whatever stuff like that. So when I graduated, it seemed like a natural progression to work for, you know, a semi-conservative libertarian organization. But being that they're conservatives, this is the Leadership Institute I'm talking about, not Turning Point. I was a contractor, right? I was an independent contractor. They paid me peanuts. My contract ended after 3 months. So the thing with Turning Point really was just money. It was that they paid a good salary. They gave us good health insurance. You know, I had a corporate credit card for my expenses because, you know, my job was to travel all over the state of Pennsylvania and New York and, you know, push their propaganda bullshit. So it really was just money that made me want to work with Turning Point USA. I mean, I had always felt like, what was the main thing they had you out there pushing? Because usually from my personal experience, just seeing them out at these different conservative events that I've attended also when reporting on this stuff, their main thing was really to be the youth arm of the Republican Party that fights against the growing movement of democratic socialism. Was that sort of the same thing they had you pushing, or was there something else they were on when you were there? Oh man, there's a fairly wide variety of things, but I'll just try to list what I feel like the most relevant are. I mean, you know, they had me out there. Have you seen those blue "Socialism Sucks" signs?
Yeah.
That kind of are supposed to look like Bernie's camp. Yeah. So I was out there holding that bullshit. They have like Israeli exceptionalism because they fucking love Israel for some reason. They do the taxation is theft. That's one of the big ones they push. I'm trying to think of some other ones. You know, free the First Amendment. Basically, there are all these really bad slogans thought up by these billionaire boomers on the board of directors or whatever they call it, that they think, you know, like young people can relate to. Which, let me tell you, as someone who was on the ground doing this stuff, talking to these students, it fucking doesn't. It does not relate to them at all.
So is Turning Point USA?
Am I allowed to curse? Am I?
Of course, yeah. On the fun half, you can do whatever you want.
It's a bit of a gray area, to be perfectly honest, but
no, you're fine. You're fine.
Do what you want.
Not with impunity.
I'm not allowed to curse, but you are.
Folks, I gotta hop off right now.
All right, I'm going to take full advantage of that.
Okay, well, all right, Emma, hold on. Emma's got to go. So first, let's say bye to Emma. We'll go another couple minutes with
Yeah,
with you here because I do
but
want to
love
talk
in the
with
call. Later, guys.
Take care,
Bye.
Emma.
Bye.
Have a great week.
You too.
Bye.
All right. So let me ask you this. So when Turning Point USA has you go out there and you're trying to win over people wait, so what are you trying to do actually? Just get them to like send membership dues? Or like what is Turning Point USA trying to do when they hire people to go out there and try to get people, whatever you were doing, like were you getting people to pay you guys like a membership, or was it just to get signatures with contact information? What was the goal to have you go out there?
Sure, yeah. So the main goal, I would say, are two things. One is data farming, right? I was supposed to be out there getting the names and email addresses of students on campus. And then I guess they use that for their internal mailing list, their email lists, or whatever it is. And the second thing is to give the appearance of progress so that Charlie can go to his donors and say, hey, we're making young people conservative. Look, we recruited, 20,000 students this semester.
This is
so that would involve like.
The funny thing is, you were in a different role than the Kent State. You were in a different role than the Kent State Gun Girl because she was a volunteer. She was the leader of the college chapter. You're working for Turning Point USA as an actual job after leaving college. But the funny thing.
So that's interesting, right? Did you see that? What this guy said that more so than the primary function of the TPUSA college reps was to bring back proof that they're converting people. So then Charlie could say, hey, look, we're converting people into conservatives. And then more billionaire money comes into the organization, right? As long as they're converting people, the money is flowing in. So it's literally just a Ponzi scheme for money, right? In the end, right? See, this is what I wonder about. In the end, I wonder, did Charlie Kirk even fully believe in all his bullshit, or was he just doing it of convenience? Because if you really look at the alt-righters like Nick Fuentes and the Groypers, they hated Charlie. Okay, they thought Charlie was basically a liberal who was like just enough conservative to get that donor money, right? There was always a skirmish there as to whether he was actually as devout, because the far righters they're fucking degenerates, man. He was a fucking degenerate. Charlie was. He believed in it. Or I think if you don't believe in it, you're even worse, because now you're just a fucking grifter. You know what I'm saying?
Thing is, the first thing you said you did, she wasn't involved with that. But the main thing that she pushed too was the idea that they wanted her to do with the Kent State chapter of Turning Point USA was just all about making it look like Charlie Kirk was growing this sort of conservatism among young people in order to show up like in their like slideshow or whatever to get funding from different conservative groups to fund Charlie Kirk's venture here. And you're saying the same thing, that, it's not surprising, but it's just interesting that the whole point is basically, again, it's the Charlie Kirk show. There is no actual point to the organization.
Dude, it's really weird because that is a common thread amongst all MAGA, isn't it? Like you see them all the time where they'll post, look, this former Democrat is now MAGA, or we just registered 2 college women to be Republicans. Like a huge portion of their ethos is to show us how much they're taking over, even though they can barely win fucking elections, right? They hardly ever win elections. They're like, oh my God, that Brylan Hollyhan Gomer Pyle motherfucker is like, dude, there's a revival in the Christian church, but church numbers are just dropping. Everybody's leaving the church, especially women. But you have the Christians running around going, oh, we're becoming more Christian. Charlie is bigger than Jesus, right? But it's all bullshit.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely true. Really what it is, I think, is It's a way for him to grow his personal brand. And then also, and this is just my opinion, so, hopefully Turning Point doesn't try to sue me for saying this, but they're just, it's like a money laundering organization for Republican donors, right? Because I don't know if you know this, but they're a 501c3, which, means that they are technically a tax-exempt educational charity, which is fucking ridiculous. I'll just say that right now. That is insane to think of Turning Point USA that way.
So, dude, it's tax exempt. So, like, you know what? I hadn't thought about that, right? It's tax exempt. So a billionaire could give 300 grand to Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA, and then Turning Point USA could spend 270 grand on the billionaire's business for consulting, and that guy, Charlie, made 30 grand, and that guy didn't pay any taxes. He got a write-off for the 200 grand, right? You know what I'm saying? Like funneling, that's really interesting. They just funnel it, the ginormous tax deduction, and then the money goes right back into their shit.
But really, I just think it's a way for these donors, these billionaires that were walking around at these various events that I went to, like the Student Action Summit and all that stuff. It's just a way for them to sort of launder their money. It's like a tax shelter, basically, with the little bit of sort of public relations angle for Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, it's obviously that when you're just looking at it from knowing anything about Turning Point USA, but then to just hear it from, and now this is honestly the second insider who worked with Turning Point USA who's told me this. And it's just something else to hear it from you guys, because you're working there, you know how it's working, and you obviously are told what you need to do to present that, to put that forward. And you're coming out now and saying this. And I commend you. And what we really should do is reach out to me, actually, if you can, DM me on Twitter, because I would like to go more in depth with this on my show, if you don't mind coming on. I'd love to have you as a guest. But this call has been great. And
oh my God, that would be amazing.
Yeah, I also had another.
Fascinating.
I had another activist. He was a little bit different because he was someone who was just sort of disgusted by the whole conservative movement, even though he was still a Trump supporter. This young Black conservative named Kevin Martin also was involved with Turning Point USA and had a similar story of just being sick of it being just like a bullshit grift. Again, funny that he was a Trump supporter still, but was sick of the other conservative grifts. But, and it's just interesting to me that the Charlie Kirk show is just so obviously a grift to even someone who's a Trump supporter that like they couldn't even like take part in it anymore. They had to back away from it. Now, are you someone, I mean, from what it sounds like, you're out of the conservative world now. It doesn't seem like you have those beliefs. It doesn't seem like you're a Trump supporter even. Is that true? Has that been your trajectory?
Absolutely. I am not a Trump supporter at all. I wanted Bernie, right? I wanted Bernie instead of Biden. I think that he could have won. I think the Democratic Party's attitude of, we have to be, it's like almost like they're trying to out-conservative the conservatives sometimes, right? Like Joe Biden's basically a moderate Republican. And so, yeah, I'm almost a communist. I basically think that things that people need, like food, shelter, medicine, all that kind of stuff, it should be provided to people. Yep. And then, we could have maybe a little bit of capitalism on top of that. I don't know how I feel about that aspect of it, but yeah, people's basic needs should be provided for them.
Right.
Yeah, I think
Right, man,
I think
thanks
that's a good starting point. I think, yeah, the basic needs of survival should not be commoditized.
Certainly.
Right. Absolutely. Thanks a lot for the call.
Absolutely.
Man.
Yeah.
Definitely reach out to me on Twitter. DM me. It's my.
So, dude, I want to find out who this guy was. He said Syriac. Hold on. Let's find out. Let's do a little fucking Nigel Farage, Syriac, intro, TPUSA 2021, I think it was. What did he say, Matt Binder? All right, let's find out who this guy was. Majority Report. TPUSA money laundering. I want to find this guy's name. All right. All right, hold on. We're going to go back in here to when he gave his name.
College,
But when I talk,
annoying guy that
for individual rights, national sovereignty.
Dude, I got to find where he fucking talked to this guy. He's looking it up.
gone from junior to school. You know, I feel like I'm smart enough to know this.
Let's find the transcript here. We're going to find where the guy talked about it. Farage. Here we go. Oh, here we go. Lock Haven. 7 Surack. SURACK. All right, so 7 Surack. All right. So that's who his name is. He was a field rep for TPUSA. All right, so his name is 7 Surack. What a crazy name, dude. There he is. All right, so let's see. So I guess I don't fucking see too much follow-up around this. Guy doesn't have a very big following after this. Yeah, I guess. I don't know, dude. I'm like, you know, it's just weird to me, right? That there's you know, this thing comes up and Matt Binder's like, I'm going to have you on the show, but then we don't really see a lot of follow-up regarding this. So it never became a fucking thing. I mean, obviously it's possible that they never got together and did any, you know, that they never did any of that content. I mean, a lot of times people say we're going to get together and do this, and then we don't do it, you know? But I'm intrigued by that. All right. Let's look at Candace Owens, though. We got to look at Candace, because I feel like the shit she's talking about is connected to this in some way. Right. First off, TYT covered
an ex-employee of
Now, look at this. This is an old. I want to watch this real quick. We're going to watch two things here because TYT covered this. OK, I'm curious to see what TYT says here.
Called into the Majority Report, good friends of ours, and revealed the actual.
Dude, isn't that funny? Look at how old this is, guys. When 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗹𝗀 says a TPUSA employee called into Majority Report, a good friend of ours. Oh, how times change, right? You remember the version of Anna that was like good friends with Majority Report? Doesn't that feel like that world just doesn't exist?
An ex-employee of Turning Point USA called into the Majority Report, good friends of ours, and revealed the actual deal that keeps the conservative organization afloat. Now, there were many revelations based on this call, including the fact that Turning Point USA laid off many of their employees because of the pandemic, then proceeded to apply for PPP loans, the government loans that were part of the CARES Act legislation, and then publicly rejected those loans to make a point about how we shouldn't accept government help or government handouts. All the while, according to this employee, they had been laying people off and people were losing their livelihoods. Now,
dude, that's such a grift, bro.
This person also called in and said the following. I'm going to quote him verbatim. Hopefully, Turning Point doesn't sue me for saying this, but it's like a money laundering organization for Republican donors, right? Because I don't know if you know this, but they're a 501c3, which, you know, means they're technically a tax-exempt educational charity, which is effing ridiculous. He continues to say the Student Action Summit and all that stuff, it's just a way for them to sort of launder their money. It's a tax shelter, basically, with a little bit of public relations angle for Charlie Kirk. And I also want to quickly go to this video where he talks about what his specific job was prior to getting laid off by Turning Point USA.
I was supposed to be out there getting the names and email addresses of students on campus. And then I guess they use that for their internal mailing list, their email lists, or whatever it is. And the second thing is to give the appearance of progress so that Charlie can go to his donors and say, hey, we're making young people conservative. Look, we recruited, 20,000 students this semester.
See, what's crazy about the Anna thing is the energy change, right? That's what's the weirdest thing about 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗹𝗀 is how, like, her energy now is so different than it was back then, right? 4 years ago, she was like, I don't know, she wasn't filled with resentment. She didn't hate everybody. She's way less bitter. I mean, she was feisty and angry and had some righteous indignation when it counted. But like now, dude, she is like so like painted in the corner bitter, like misery. It's like she hates everybody and everything now.
So he's saying that, the organization intentionally inflates numbers in order to secure these donations from wealthy right-wing donors. Real quick, I do want to note some of Alex Koch's reporting when he was reporting for TYT. He found that prominent GOP political donors of to Turning Point USA include Charles Koch, Education Secretary Betsy DeVos and her family, Robert and Rebecca Mercer, Illinois Governor Bruce Rauner, prolific GOP megadonor Richard Uihlein, Home Depot founder Bernie Marcus, and Wyoming gubernatorial candidate Foster Friess. And if you mention Foster Friess to Charlie Kirk, he will throw a temper tantrum, as he did during Politicon when Cenk brought it up. But don't worry, he lives his life like a capitalist every single day, Cenk.
Well, in this case, maybe he does, ripping people
Totally.
off. Yeah, so there's two parts to this scam. One is calling it a charity so that when the right-wing billionaires give it money, they get to deduct it from their taxes. What part of this is a charity that doesn't have to do with politics? Does anyone under the impression that Charlie Kirk is nonpartisan? Oh, I can't tell which side he's on.
Dude, isn't it so weird? Isn't it weird to watch this old video when like we saw Cenk Uygur like sharing the stage with Charlie Kirk and being a fucking creator, like an ass kisser of Charlie Kirk? And isn't that fucking strange? That's fucking bizarre as shit. And yeah, Sam, TYT did have reporters. No, they did. They did like, so what it was, if you go back to 2020, like TYT had blown up and they got a huge infusion of money from some of Hillary Clinton's people, Katzenberg, and all of that. And they had like millions of dollars and they had made millions on YouTube. And then they like super expanded and they started hiring a whole bunch of people and sort of like being very manipulative with the way they employed them, which led to the people unionizing, which led to the fucking chaos, right? You know what I'm saying? But they like expanded way bigger. Like Cenk was all pissed off that MSNBC fired him. And so he wanted to be bigger than MSNBC. And it didn't work out, boss. They tried like to expand and become this thing. And then it just fucking, the whole thing just fucking imploded, bro. And now they have 6 million subs and get like 20,000 views a video.
Well, if you can't, that's because you never heard him. Every time he goes out there, he talks about how awesome Donald Trump is and how Democrats are destroying the country. That's not a non-political charity. Everyone on the planet knows it. But unfortunately, and they're not alone. Tons and tons of right-wing organizations do the same thing. Karl Rove does the same thing. So there's no laws left anymore. So we legalized bribery, and now in this particular case, we neutered any of the cops on the street for these kind of white-collar political criminals.
Dude, it's pretty wild. Like, he considers Charlie Kirk a white-collar political criminal in January of 2021. And fast forward 3 years later, and he's on the Charlie Kirk show being like, oh my God, the Democrats are horrible. Isn't that wild? Like, how the fuck did that happen, guys? How did that happen? You know what I'm saying? Like, how? I mean, sure, there was a unionization. I mean, he tried to run for Congress and got shit on. I mean, I just don't understand how you have that kind of ideological nosedive. You would think money, but it's not even like they're hugely funded. And you're right. I mean, Florian, you're right. He was a right-winger before he cashed in as a progressive. And so maybe he was never really a progressive. Maybe he was always just rebelling against both parties, right? He was like a right-winger who just became anti-American politics. And he built up the Young Turks as like the alternative to everybody. And he was going to be bigger than the whole shebang. And then it just never worked out, right? You know, I know he hitched everything to Bernie and then, you know, just became basically a resentful fucking Bernie bro, you know what I mean? And, you know, but yeah, he's definitely not a leftist, you know, he's not a leftist. It worked out for Hassan. Yeah, but Hassan is real though, guys. Hassan is really a leftist, okay? You may not like Hassan, and people will give him shit because he's a good capitalist, okay? He is. He's a good capitalist. He knows how to make money and shit, but he actually possesses leftist beliefs, okay? You know what I'm saying? He's not faking it. You are never going to wake up and see Hassan like defending fucking deportations and calling for more cops on the street. You will never. That man will be 80 fucking years old and he's never gonna pull a fucking Cenk Uygur, dude. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, never. Like, he actually is a fucking leftist. You know, that's the difference. I think Cenk Uygur was just faking being a progressive. I think the people under the umbrella of TYT were all progressives, right? You know what I'm saying? You know, for sure, dude. Like Kyle Kalinske, like they grabbed all the progressive voices and put them under the TYT umbrella. But I don't think this guy was ever actually a progressive. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, dude. I mean, dude, like Jimmy Dore. I remember. So I've always been a Democrat, okay, with very leftist beliefs. But like being a progressive, there was no such thing as progressives when I was like in my 20s, okay? In the 80s and 90s, we didn't really have a progressive movement. You just had Democrats, okay? And we voted for the Democratic candidate and shit. And I was never super involved in local politics until my 30s. But what's interesting is I remember after Obama won, you started, right, it was just liberals. And you were either really liberal or you were not that liberal, right? You were more middle of the road, but it was about being liberal. Now, it was during Obama that the term progressive started to gain steam, okay? This was in the, you know, the early 2000s, middle 2000s. Now, here's what's interesting, guys, right? By the time you got to like, I remember right before I started playing Fortnite, okay? Right before I started playing Fortnite in 2019. And shortly before, or that's when I started streaming it. Shortly before I started streaming Fortnite, I remember people talking about Jimmy Dore as a progressive. And dude, I went and watched some Jimmy Dore content and I was like, dude, this motherfucker isn't even a leftist. How the fuck are they calling this guy a progressive, right? This guy, like, dude, he's not even, like, that guy is not a leftist, bro. That guy, I don't know what the fuck that guy is, but I watched some of his content and I was like, dude, how the fuck is this guy a progressive voice, dude? This guy is a fucking clown, right? They've been around a long time. Yeah, I think they were just sort of more fucking, like, progressives were more like the DSA, where you only really knew about them if you were in that crowd. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, but it wasn't really part of the mainstream Democratic Party at all. Okay, you know, as long as I could remember. But all right, dude. All right, I'm done with this. We're gonna go look at Candace. Okay. Dude, we gotta, but it's funny though to see them 2021 to now. Like, man, they're so different, dude. They're so different, dude. They're like TYT. It is like night and day, boss. Dude, Dora's like Pac-Man, clickbait. Yeah, but like, I don't know. I find Pac-Man's leftism to be a little more believable. You know what I'm saying? But fucking Dore, I don't find Dore to really, I don't know. I don't find him to even be like believable. You know, he just doesn't strike me as you know what I'm saying? Like Jimmy Dore doesn't even strike me as a fucking leftist, you know? So Pac-Man is done. I don't know if Pac-Man is done. I don't think Pac-Man is done, but I think Pac-Man is actually like believes in the leftism of his fucking, you know, I mean, he's a little more tame and central and, oh, I don't want to upset anybody, and make sure you watch my video all the way to the end. Right? But dude, just Google Jimmy Dore, baby. Isn't he a tanky? Who? Jimmy Dore? Is that what he is? Is that what a tanky is? But all right, we got to go to Candace though, dude. I'm not really sure what a tanky is. I hear that term, but when I hear the term tanky, I just think that it's somebody who wants to sink all of the parties, right? But all right, let's go to Candace Owen. Yeah, dude, I believe David Pac-Man has been consistent. All right, let's see where she talks about her Charlie Kirk. Hold on, let's find this. They're apologists for Stalin and Mao. Oh, shit. All right. All right, I don't even know what that means. But so let's see here. I want to find out what video this is from. So look at this. You ready? So this is somebody breaking this. Okay, this is Mario Nawfal, right? Who's like, he's, you know, definitely a fucking, you know, fucking whatever, not a leftist, okay? But it says breaking. Candace Owens shares chat claiming Kirk said he'd abandoned pro-Israel cause, okay? Owens just posted alleged screenshots of a group chat showing Charlie Kirk expressing frustration with major Jewish donors only 48 hours before his assassination. In the messages, Kirk allegedly wrote, "Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause." He also complained about losing $2 million in donations for refusing to cancel Tucker, and said he was considering inviting Candace Owens instead. If verified, these texts could shed light on mounting tensions surrounding Kirk's final days. Now, I want to find out the video that this came from. Okay? All right, there's a video of Tyler Robinson over here in the red shirt getting gas. You see him right there? Tyler Robinson in that red t-shirt and his usual hat. It's a video of him paying for gas. And this is the day after the killing. Okay, 7:15 a.m. the day after. They're fucking sorting it out, whatever. But he responds to that. He retweets that. I don't know why he retweeted that with a breaking news. I guess he's just trying to pump his shit. Was it from today, Doctor Who? Is that what it is? So it's in her live from today, this one? All right, let's get in here and look at it.
Happy Monday, everybody. Today.
Happy Monday. Dude, I wish Candace Owens wasn't such a degenerate, boss. I mean, we know she started as a leftist and then she became a right-wing content creator. Like, she should have stayed on the left, bro. I mean, she would have made a lot less money, right? But she has David Hogg on her show. Oh, here it is. Okay, this is where we get into it. All right, let's see. Let's get into this.
Okay, it wasn't true. And I'm going to share with you some more evangelical thing. I never said he converted because about Charlie. Attack mode against me.
Okay, here we go. You ready? Let's get into it. Dude, did she have David Hogg on? Oh no. Okay. I thought she had David Hogg on her show. No, she's saying David Hogging somebody. Dude, what is David Hogging somebody? Dude, these right-wingers are so funny. You need a likable personality to be successful on the left. You do. But I don't know. I believe everybody can have a likable personality. You know what I'm saying? You just gotta like yourself, right? If you learn how to like yourself, and appreciate yourself, you can have a likable personality. But how do you explain Bill Maher? Well, so the thing about it though, you ready? So Bill Maher though is like an old white guy, and he has money and he has fame. Okay, and so. Right? When you have money and fame, you can do whatever the fuck. You don't need to be qualified. You don't even need to be likable. If you have fame, right? You know what I'm saying? If you have fame and money, people will go get close to you just to be near the fame. Okay? But you know what I'm saying? Dude, Bill Maher though, that guy's not in touch. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I've always, I don't know, with some of these old wealthy guys, you know what I'm saying? Break it big in comedy, then go political. I mean, dude, Steve, that's a common inroad. Joe Rogan, right? A lot of these guys, like the comedian to politics, became a much bigger pipeline once politics became a reality TV thing, right? But so Bill Maher is a leftist, but he's like a wealthy fucking white male leftist, right? He's a Gen X leftist, right? Gen X voted for Trump, guys, right? Guys my age, okay? In their 50s, 55 to 60-year-old men all voted for Trump. And let me just tell you, there are a lot of guys with leftist beliefs who voted for Trump of my age group simply because of the moolah, because they wanted the tax credits, they wanted the tax cut, and they knew that Trump was going to make sure that nobody fucked with their ability to fucking continue extracting money out of the capitalist system. Okay? You know what I'm saying? And a lot of guys my age are fucking did that bullshit. And that's part of the reason why we have so many fucked up young men, because guys my age had kids and didn't go to therapy. So they raised a bunch of kids that are just as disaffected as they were when they were kids, you know, and Trump and Andrew Tate and all these guys came in and started monetizing that rage, you know what I'm saying?
Do some stuff that's rather bombastic, if I'm being frank. But one example that I bit my tongue on a couple of weeks ago was when influencers randomly went on a full attack mode against me when I very casually, you guys watching the series, very casually mentioned that Catholics were hoping that Charlie was going to take the next step and convert. Like, of course, I'm Catholic. Of course, what would be wrong with me sharing that? Everybody was sharing their stories about Charlie.
Ooh, religious war coming
up. And the
up.
conversations they were having. But for some reason, Candace saying, and I'll sum it up, effectively, it was like 2 sentences. Charlie was going through some spiritual changes towards the end. Catholics were hoping that he'd take the next step because he was praying the rosary. I never said he converted because he didn't. That would have been dishonest. But people were somehow really angry. Somebody clearly hit the panic button. Suddenly a bunch of videos were being made disputing the narrative. People were going, I knew Charlie and he was truly evangelical to his core. Blah, 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 blah. And I want to tell you this, it felt coordinated. It felt fake. It felt unnecessary. But most importantly, it was untrue. Okay, it wasn't true. And I'm going to share with you some more truth so that you can contextualize it. Charlie was attending Mass weekly. He was sometimes even attending Mass daily. He was not attending Pastor Rob McCoy's church. As I mentioned before, yes, he was praying the rosary. Charlie, in fact, was wearing the St. Michael pendant when he died, okay? As has already been publicized, Erica took a Catholic bishop with her to pray over his body on the day that he died. These are all indisputable facts. And it is also a fact, which was presented by Megyn Kelly, that a few weeks before his death, Erica had a priest come over to pray over them when some witches thought it would be funny, whatever, to put a hex on him. Okay? That's a lot of things that were happening behind the scenes. And the people at Turning Point USA knew those things to be true. Okay? They knew everything that I just shared with you. They knew for a fact. So I was a bit astonished when Andrew Colvett and Alex Clark similarly jumped in this inauthentic attempt to dissuade the idea that Charlie was softening on Catholicism. It read to me like just sheer hatred of Catholics for no reason at all. Here's what they said. I'll jog your memory. I want you to listen to this now in the context of all of the additional details that I just shared with you. Okay? Take a listen.
Was he becoming Catholic?
No. But he really loved Catholic Mass. He loved the ritual of it. He loved the beauty of old Catholic churches and the stained glass.
And him and Erica would go sometimes.
Yeah, well, Erica's a cradle Catholic, but she ended up kind of like me. I grew up Catholic and First Communion and went to Catholic high school, but then I ended up becoming a Christian in college through a Protestant church, through a non-denominational kind of more experience. It was actually Presbyterian, and then it was kind of non.
See, dude, the whole like Catholic, Christian, evangelical. I mean, like, what's the fucking difference, bro?
Non-denominational, and I think Erica kind of follows that same path. She and I share that.
Also, by the way, I just want to draw attention to, she's posted a photo of her and Charlie and the kids in Mass before, and somebody in the comment section said, oh, are you guys converting? And she said, no, we just like attending sometimes. So she herself had said no.
Yeah,
publicly.
and I think Charlie, one of the things, Charlie really hated worshiping in like a gym, you know, or some sort of kind of blank space that you just turn into church. There's no problem. He didn't have a problem with the act of that. He just didn't prefer it. And he loved, again, the ritual, the ancient, you know, feel of a Catholic Mass, and the fact that everybody around the world that was worshiping as Catholic, he loved that. So he had some really big theological hangups with that. You can go check the videos out, him debating with Michael Knowles, you know, in good fun. I mean, they were dear friends, but they loved kind of debating the whole Protestant versus Catholic thing.
Now, given everything that I've shared with you, does that conversation register as like totally and completely authentic, or kind of trying to be like, yeah, no, like he loved the architecture of things, but beyond that, nothing was happening? Like that's not fully honest. And it registered to me like a cover up of sorts. And I was wondering, like, what are we exactly covering up? Like, I wasn't going Catholic gang, wasn't trying to bring back a 30 years war. I was just sharing the communications that I had with him. And now I felt like suddenly so many people were racing to establish that his legacy was anything but Catholic, right? Like he was super de-duper Judeo-Christian. And ironically, it was Judeo-Christianity that I was challenging him on personally, like privately. And I was speaking to him about the political pressures of it, the way that I felt because of last year, that it registered to me like more of a cult than a true theology or a religion or a religious aspect rather. And it was back in February of this year when out of nowhere, he's the one that actually messaged me.
Oh,
And
here
said,
comes.
and said Catholicism is sounding better and better in February of 2024. This is kind of when we started having that discussion. We should chat soon. Catholicism is looking better and better. Okay. I then offered back to him a chart just showing how the phrase Judeo-Christianity kind of is really associated with the dawn of the nation of Israel, right? And we did chat about it. We talked about it a lot. And I was thrilled, like I said, and I was being honest that he was attending mass. Okay.
Dude, who sends a text message to somebody that is just like Catholicism is looking better and better, right? I mean, how fucking weird are these people, bro?
But I want to again state that Charlie was not attending Rob McCoy's church. He was attending mass. So it registered to me again as somewhat disingenuous when Pastor Rob McCoy came out and effectively asked me to, stop looking into all of the things that had happened in the lead up to Charlie Kirk's assassination, or at least asking me to pause it rather would be more fair of an interpretation until the memorial, right? I'm going to jog your memory here. Here is what Pastor Rob McCoy wrote on his Instagram after I exposed the now infamous Hamptons meeting, which took place. He wrote this: Charlie Kirk was my friend and I was his pastor. I want to simply say this regarding Candace Owens. Charlie Kirk was a friend to Candace and never publicly spoke poorly of her, although he disagreed with her. He never operated nor entertained gossip or innuendo concerning Candace. My only comment I offer regarding Candace is this: I only wish that at this tragic time of mourning, she would be the friend to Charlie that he was to her. He would never have treated Candace or her family in such a way had, God forbid, this tragedy been hers. All friend loves at all times. Proverbs. Now, I want to be very clear. If Charlie was a friend of mine, I sure hope if I was assassinated in front of the world that he would raise hell to figure out what actually took place on that day. That's not being a friend. A friend is not someone who stays silent when lies are being told by the federal government. That's not a friend. Again, emotionally manipulative. The family can't have you finding out who actually killed him. The family can't have you looking into those things.
See, dude, this is the shit that's going to break a rift in MAGA, guys, right
Who
here.
was pressuring him behind the scenes. That's not good for the family. It bothers me. I have to be honest with you. That bothers me. I don't even like that, to the untrained eye, he's kind of representing himself or representing Charlie as like a current congregant of his church. I feel like a lot this year I have been feeling as though these pastors are just not as honest as they should be, right? Is that the vibe? Like a lot of pastors are not really so concerned with the truth.
Oh, they're fucking crooks. And they're crooks and they're sexual abusers. I will say one thing. I don't know what Charlie's relationship with religion was. Okay. I don't know. I don't fucking care. But I do know this. I know that Benjamin Netanyahu is literally a close family friend of Jared Kushner's dad. Okay, so Benjamin Netanyahu is basically a Trump family member. Okay, that I know. And Benjamin Netanyahu having carte blanche to literally just mow over the entire Middle East and how that will enrich the Kushners and the Trumps and the generations for the next whatever, several generations. Benjamin Netanyahu became a very central figure in Trump's world while Joe Biden was president. And I believe a lot of what went down in Gaza was trying to fracture the Democrats so Trump could become president again. Now, what's crazy about this is I don't think Charlie Kirk was going to be on the Benjamin Netanyahu train. I don't really, man, I don't really see that. You know what I'm saying? I feel like a bone of contention was definitely forming around Benjamin Netanyahu, you know?
Is what I would say. So we should zero in here on Rob and what his motivations might be, right? Why did he decide to post this after I revealed that Hamptons meeting? Well, you should know, I think most people do, that both his son and his daughter-in-law work for Turning Point USA. So whether you want to represent that or not, they have a financial stake in the future of the company. He heads up the faith division. So Charlie's faith and what direction it was going into would actually matter, right? It would actually matter if Charlie, and I never said he was going to, decided one day to become Catholic. It would have financial implications. I want to be clear, I never had a conversation that Charlie was in the process of converting, okay? But Rob in particular knew for an absolute fact that Charlie was done with Israel bullying him. That's what bothers me so much about this man. Him allowing these headlines, Charlie's pastor speaks out, you know, crushes Candace because of what she said, not whatever. I don't like it. He knew, and others knew, that Charlie was done with Israel bullying him, and I am now going to present you proof
of what I am
saying. This is an actual group chat, which happened 2 days before Charlie Kirk was assassinated. There were 9 people in total on this chat, including Charlie and Rob McCoy. I'm going to protect the names of the other 7 for now. To be clear, I might actually release a name every day this week, but I want to show you this because suffice it to say.
Dude, you see that? I might release a name every this week. Dude, she is milking this, okay? Again, she's milking this. She is milking, hitting the cash register, dripping this shit, right? Got to roll it out. Oh, I might do a name every week. I might do it in hour 3 of my podcast, somewhere in the first 4 hours of the podcast, yada, yada. But guys, I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters if she's milking it. I don't think it matters if she's being honest. I don't care if she's making money. I just want to use this to detonate TPUSA. Like, I want to break the structure of this religious bullshit fucking stranglehold, this MAGA bullshit, okay? I want to blow MAGA up metaphorically. You know what I'm saying? That's what I want to do, boss. Right? It's what we gotta do, boss. We gotta do it.
Rob McCoy was on this text thread, and I think it helps contextualize him as a person, in my view, that he would attack me for telling the truth about the pressure that he was facing. Take a look. So Charlie writes in this group chat, just lost another huge Jewish donor, $2 million a year because we won't cancel Tucker. I'm thinking of inviting Candace. Somebody writes, ugh. Charlie writes, Jewish donors play into all of the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause. Then somebody writes, a donor writes, please do not invite Candace. That might feel good short term, but it's not good long term, in my opinion. Like all groups, you're going to get a wide variety of opinions. That nasty free will thing that God bestowed on us makes life frustrating at times after the dust settles a bit, maybe. So again, this is 48 hours before Charlie Kirk was assassinated. He was very clear and he was very explicit, and he did not back down, not in that Hamptons meeting, which they're all lying about, nor in this text thread.
Dude, isn't that funny, though? Doesn't this text thread, though, feel a little bit like the 𝗙cie𝗶𝗹𝗀 emails, right? Like the Tyler Robinson emails where Charlie's like, I'm abandoning the pro-Israel cause. I will no longer support Israel, but I love Candace, and they might shoot me a day from now. And I swear, if I'm right, you know, he's like, I'm going to abandon the pro-Israel cause. They're bullying me, right? I don't know, dude. I don't know if it's real, but somebody was asking how many views. This one only got 1.6 million, which I mean is a lot, but she has 5 million subs. So that's like, 30% of her sub count, which is a lot. I mean, it's like for me, when I get a video that gets, 18 to 20,000 views, that's what this is like. But some of her views though were were over this Charlie stuff were like big. Definitely a lot bigger than she was getting a couple months ago.
I'm not going to reveal the names of the other 7. Actually, you know what? I disagree with myself 4 seconds ago. Let's just throw in Josh Hammer for funsies. He's on this chat, okay?
So she threw in a name, Josh Hammer. Who's he? She threw in that this guy was on the chat. Josh Benjamin Hammer. He's a conservative political commentator, the author of Israel and Civilization. So he's a Zionist, host of the Josh Hammer Show, right? I'm assuming he's a Zionist, right? He is part of the Posobiec Bannon MTG crew. Dude, Josh Hammer sounds like it's a fucking The Hub name. Let's see. He's a Fox News guy. He is vocal about Jewish and Zionist related issues. All right. And he was involved with Cruz's 2016 campaign. He co-founded Jews Against Soros. All right. And he proposed to his fucking wife at the Western Wall. Right? All right. All right. So, yeah. Yeah, dude. I mean, I don't know who these guys are, but whatever. She dropped a name.
So what are we to make of that? Okay, now that I'm showing you this and showing to you that the conversations were real, I want you to reflect, and it took me a lot of patience to allow the lies that were being woven and the misrepresentations of people that were pretending that I was just, high on lying about Charlie and the pressure he was under, the attacks that not just me, Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly faced for trying to stand up and tell the truth about what Charlie was actually going through. Why are you hearing it, though, from me and Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly? Isn't that weird? You got people that are hosting a show. Have they, in like one honorable thing, come out and said, like, you know what? F a couple of these donors who made his life a living hell over the last couple of weeks. Why haven't they done that? Also, a rabbi in that chat, like, why hasn't anybody
I know why.
made that move to at least say, to vindicate what I have been saying about what he was going through? That registers to me as very suspicious. I'm going to frankly say that. It's suspicious to me.
I mean, dude, I don't know what's going on with Charlie Kirk, and I know she's trying to create a rift, okay? She is making the implication that Israel had Charlie Kirk killed, okay? That is central to Candace Owens' thing, okay? Which is like, you know, there's a lot of anti-Semitism with Tucker Carlson, right? That is fueling some rift with TPUSA because obviously Donald Trump and who TPUSA was working for, they are extraordinarily Zionist, okay? Right? They are Netanyahu level Zionists. But now here's the thing though, guys. Again, we should exploit this. But one thing I will give Candace that she's not crazy about is the way they're handling TPUSA is weird, guys. Okay? The fact that, have you looked at their shit? If you go and look there, they're still posting clips of Charlie every day. They're posting on the Charlie Kirk Twitter. The guy's dead. And they're still posting from his Twitter. They're basically like keeping him alive for the sole purpose of like turning it into a straight arm of Trumpism, right? And they're bringing all the Trump heavyweights on there and they're streaming from his desk and Charlie's gone, but they're just like, we're just continuing the Charlie. But now it's like we get to be the mouthpiece of what Charlie wanted. Oh, Charlie wants this and Charlie wants that. But it's almost like they took his fame and they decided, you know what? We're just going to keep like driving the Charlie boat as long as the fame is there. And we're going to make this whole other movement now is getting on the boat. Charlie's gone, but there's new guys taking over the boat. And that's really fucking strange. You know what I'm saying? That's really strange that TPUSA is not becoming something new. It's like it is something new, but it's still, they're using Charlie as the driver of the boat, even though he's gone. And it's fucking strange. And I've seen, guys, if you look in the comments, and a lot of people are starting to complain in the comments because they're like, why is TPUSA just becoming this like pro-Trump thing? Okay, because it used to not be, right? It was a Charlie Kirk thing. Okay, it was, I mean, he did work for Trump in like winning people over to the MAGA movement, but it was very much the Charlie Kirk show. And now it's like the Donald Trump show, but like being fed through Charlie Kirk's fame. And people are already starting to complain about it, which is why like this, I feel like there's a lot of power here. Like, I think we can help Candace Owens detonate TPUSA, right? Let's bring them down, guys. Let's bring these fuckers down, dude.
Makes me think that in the same way that Charlie was being pressured by money, that you might be now run by that same money, that those same donors might be running you to correct the ship and to focus yourselves on eulogizing Charlie.
Dude, she's throwing Erica under the bus right now, dude. I can hear the wheels going over her.
As something and someone that never once flinched, never once for a single second doubted the Israeli cause. Now they want us to suddenly believe the best way to honor Charlie is to shut up, the exact opposite of what he quite literally laid down his life doing. Answering questions, turning point. Answering the questions is what he was doing in the second that he died, okay? And we all are feeling spiritually the same way, so I'm just going to say it. They're not grieving right. It's not up to us to decide how people grieve, but I will say unequivocally that you shouldn't grieve by lying or by gaslighting. Is that fair? Can we all agree? You should not grieve by lying and gaslighting the public.
Oh, dude. Oh, guys, I don't know if you realize this. Maybe you do, but like, we are staring opportunity in the face here, guys. This is TNT for TPUSA and MAGA. You know what I mean? Like, this is exploitable TNT that, like, there's a lot of opportunity here to fucking, you know what I'm saying? Because she is like standing right outside Erica Kirk's door being like, you're a gaslighting bitch. I love it, dude.
They want us to believe that the only way that we can support and honor Charlie's legacy is by donating our money. But it would not be supportive for us to try to figure out who killed him and why the feds are lying. We should instead just trust the feds and excuse their little half-truths that they're telling along the way. Now, on that point, they keep trying to make it seem like it's completely normal that 4 minutes after Charlie was shot, someone on their team nervously raced to grab the SD cards, specifically from the camera that is behind Charlie's head. And that was because during that time, I think it's like trying to make it normal that his instinct was to stand on Charlie's chair to actually violate a crime scene, but also to mysteriously just grab the SD card out of the camera, right? Not only are they pretending that that was completely normal, but they're also presenting it as though it was a heroic act. It was like a forthright, clarified act to do in that moment, and that anyone who uses their own eyes and sees it as maybe a little bit suspicious are just in the business of spinning conspiracies. Now, that's exactly what was communicated by Andrew Colvett when he sat across from Tucker Carlson, who was hosting Charlie's show. And gratefully, Tucker Carlson instantly responded with a much more sensible approach. Take a listen.
By the way, just one other conspiracy theory I just want to snuff out here. One of our dear friends that literally from the very beginning started with us and loved Charlie like a brother, he grabbed the SD cards out of the camera afterwards. And there's all these conspiracy videos about, like, why did he grab the SD cards? Well, first of all, they're in the possession of the FBI. Okay. It's not like he took them and like ran off with them. Second of all, I asked him personally, I said, why did you do that? And he looked at me, and this was his answer. He said, because I know people can be evil. And he did not want that footage being grabbed by somebody. There was videos of people after the incident going and stealing hats off the table.
All right, so he's providing some cover here for the guy grabbing the footage, right? Now, I did want to answer somebody asking, the Tyler Robinson gas station video had nothing to do with this, boss. That was just the guy whose tweet I read about this reveal of the messages, for whatever reason, attached that tweet to a tweet about fucking Tyler Robinson. I presume just to like get his Twitter shit into circulation, because they're all related, like keeping his impressions up and keeping everything in the same fucking family, right? It didn't really have anything to do with this, but it was pretty weird with the camera thing, that like the moving the chair and the crime scene, and like the cop grabbed a mic and like spoke into it. There was a lot of like reckless behavior around the Charlie Kirk crime scene that is not normal. You know what I mean? Like normal, there's a crime scene and that shit is locked down. Nobody in, nobody out, nobody touches shit. And it just wasn't like that. I mean, dude, it was like people are walking through it. TPUSA people were walking through it. I never even saw like a forensics team there. Okay. You know what I'm saying? And what's more is, goddamn, bro, we're coming up on 1 month. In 3 days, it'll be 1 month. And where's the fucking autopsy, guys? Okay. Where's the fucking autopsy? Right? Where is that medical examiner's report? I mean, that guy, Trey, who we're eventually going to get to that story, the black kid who was lynched in Mississippi, he had an autopsy, and Colin Kaepernick paid for a second autopsy, and that's been in way less time. What the fuck is going on with this big, huge, reverberant killing that's reverberating across the USA? And there's still no medical examiner's report? Like, what the fuck are we talking about, man?
I mean, so I'm so grateful he did that, and that was his instinct. He's like, I'm depressed to know that was why I did that, but I knew that I had to protect that footage because I wanted, I mean, you know, you're recording in like 4K, you know? And so I'm so glad he did that. But Charlie knew the existence of evil. And
well, can I say, I think that people can feel the existence of evil, and that, just to put in a sympathetic word for people who are trying to make sense of this and coming to the wrong conclusions, I think they're motivated, for the most part, by pure intent. I think they don't trust the authorities. They have every reason to feel that way. I know that for a fact. Not the Trump administration, in general. Like, we're not, you know, there's been a lot of lying, and it's corroded the trust. That's not their fault, actually. They're the victims of it.
That's a good point. Thank you for saying that.
Yeah, thank you, Tucker, for saying that. And this is the reason why Tucker is so big, because he has this perspective. He understands like what the average person is thinking here. And the average person looks at that and I think it's shady. And, you know, saying that there was this heart-wrenching moment where you were worried because people were stealing stuff on the table, but also you took the SD card out and not the very expensive camera, which is if you were worried about stealing and theft, maybe you would take the camera. But more importantly there is he says that the feds, that he gave it to the feds, right? Now, he doesn't insinuate, obviously, that they don't have the footage. Turning Point does have the footage. That's very clear. I saw partially the footage, which means it made it back home, or maybe they had it back home because they were recording it live, whatever it is. It was being live streamed. But what he said actually conflicts with what Tyler Boyer is about to say, what he said over this weekend, okay? Tyler Boyer, like I said, he's a COO of Turning Point Action, and he went on this kind of bender, worst kind of bender, Twitter bender, defending the organization. He thought he was defending them against public sentiments, during which time he refutes what Andrew Colvett is saying about the SD cards. Andrew says the Turning Point employee was worried about theft, but Tyler says that actually he was instructed to secure the SD cards before the campus went onto lockdown. Now here's the tweet, so I can
see. This is wild because now we got guys inside TPUSA conflicting. Okay, and Tyler Boyer, you may remember him when we covered TPUSA covering up that grape by one of their employees. Tyler Boyer was the dude involved in the cover-up of the grape, of the grapist. So, Sarah, you're saying Tyler Boyer is one of the fake electors? Is that what you're saying? Was he one of the... Oh, shit, bro. No way, dude. Jake Hoffman, right? Senator, former Arizona Senator Anthony Kern, and fucking Tyler Boyer. Dude, no way. Who's the TPUSA digital director? Who is that? Kelly Ward? Is that who it is? No, let me see. Who is it? So it's Tyler Boyer, Turning Point Action. Kelly Ward, no, she was a former person. Which one of these guys is it? Do we know? Oh, company named Rally Forge. Okay. Got it. That is, oh, Jake Hoffman. Okay. And there he is. So he was a Republican state senator. All right. Got it. Dude, this is crazy though. I did not realize that fucking TPUSA, I didn't realize that Tyler Boyer was one of the fake electors. See, that's some dirty ass shit. That is some dirty ass shit. Okay? So they got banned for running a troll farm for TPUSA in 2020. Okay. They were using fake accounts, paying teenagers to post misleading political content to create the widespread perception of widespread public support. All right. Now look at that. Okay. So Rally Forge, I mean, guys, I mean, we have this dude who goes on Majority Report saying, you know, we were out there just trying to make it look like there was conservative like wins so Charlie could get more money from these wealthy billionaires. Okay. And it's like a tax shelter for them too. So they're like laundering money, tax-free money for these guys. And so they're hiring people to create this deceptive perception of, you know, widespread support for Trump and conservatism and religion and this, that, and the other. And dude, I mean, this is how we got here. they've been engaged in this shit, I guess, all through Biden's presidency. Okay. Ultimately, just to get Trump back in office so they can start what? Who knows what they're doing now? Maybe the Palantir data of us is part of this. But this is some gnarly shit where it really is looking like, holy shit, dude. The whole TPUSA is just about fucking billionaire money, man. You know what I'm saying?
Show you that. Somebody said, rightfully, emotional manipulation and falsely equating scrutiny as some form of hate speech is not going to work here. You and 𝗙𝗪𝗏 admitted that the staff tampered with cameras and the most crucial video evidence in the largest political assassination in decades. Hiding makes him look guilty. And Tyler countered, dude did not tamper with anything. Yes, he did. It's a crime scene. The law enforcement officers asked them to turn them over immediately so they didn't get lost in commotion before they took everyone into lockdown. Now,
dude, that is such bullshit. This statement right here is fucking bullshit. Law enforcement, are you fucking kidding me? Law enforcement asked people to take the SD cards out where now that everything that's on them is manipulatable? Like, come on, bro. The law enforcement wasn't even there. Dude, law enforcement should have literally been there. Like, the local cops would have locked that place down, and then FBI agents from Salt Lake City would have been driving 100 miles an hour to get there, and nobody would touch a fucking thing. Like, not one piece of paper or pencil or fucking like anything would get moved or touched in that vicinity. You know what I'm saying? And there was nobody securing the scene. Like I saw a cop go up and start talking on the microphone, for Christ's sake. He put his lips on the fucking mic, bro. And I was like, what the fuck are we even doing, dude? That was the shadiest, weirdest shit I've ever seen, man.
Now, that is just not true. That is not true. What Tyler is saying is not true. I spoke to that Turning Point individual, as I told you, and he never once mentioned that police officers. I explicitly asked him, why did you take the SD cards out specifically of the camera behind? And the answer that I was given, which sounded more like what Andrew Colbert said, you know, I was emotional. I knew that Charlie was dead. And my instinct, he told me, was to make sure that I secured the footage so that Erica would not have to see it again. Like, he didn't want Erica to have to see it and have to relive it. That is what he said to me on the phone. Nothing about police officers. No one's ever heard police officers ask them to secure the footage before lockdown until Tyler Boyer tweeted this weekend. I don't like it. Okay? I just don't like it. Now,
yeah, dude. Well, the gun tubers, though, it's like hard because I know the gun tubers are all over this, like Range Day Bro and all these other guys. But it's hard to know what's going on because they're all getting so many millions of views. Like Range Day Bro made a video that got like 7 million views, and every video he's made since is like about Charlie Kirk. Okay. And so like everybody right now on every side of this thing is like hitting the fucking cash register. It's hard to know like what is true or who believes what. But the thing that's crazy about it is the whole thing feels like it's being handled like Trump's assassination, which is sort of like it's this big story that has one narrative. And then nobody's looking at any of the possibilities. Nobody's asking these questions of like, why are certain things happening? You know what I'm saying? Like, how did a 30-06 bullet go into a man's neck and not completely blow that fucking neck apart? Like, we know it was not a 30-06 bullet, right? I think everybody on the planet knows that there's no fucking way that bullet was a 30-06. I mean, dude, I've had plenty of people in my family who were fucking deer hunters, okay? You know what I'm saying? And like, dude, I've seen an animal that's been hit by a 30-06, bro. And trust me, Charlie Kirk's neck was not hit by a 30-06, dude. Dude, you know what I'm saying? Like, If it was, he would have been nearly decapitated. You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit would have, like, the fleshy part of the neck, like, bro, come on. There's no fucking way, bro. Like, not a chance, dude.
To be fair, Tyler is making it clear that he is responding to all of these tweets or X's, whatever we're supposed to call them, because there have been people, he says, that have flat out accused the organization of having a hand in Charlie's murder. He doesn't share when or where exactly that happened. I think people feel you're being dishonorable by not questioning the narrative, but I haven't read anybody that's explicitly accused them of murder. In fact, the tweets that he's responding to all seem to be pretty fair, in my opinion, you know? Now, regarding the missing campus footage, there is a user that begged Tyler to file an FOIA request, and that user wrote this. Please, I beg you, focus on getting the security footage of the sequence pre-jump off the 𝗏𝗟 building where we can see Robinson in shot position and corroborate the story.
See, this is the same shit I've said, guys, which is this, okay? It is, I've said this from the beginning, okay? The video on the roof, okay? If you remember this video, we've all seen this video. From the very beginning, we see the video. It starts with him running behind this, and he goes over and he jumps down and goes away. But the camera picks up the whole fucking building. So there is footage of this guy, if he shot Charlie Kirk, walking up the steps to that ramp that leads to the roof of the 𝗏𝗟 Center, climbing over the railing, laying down, assembling the gun or whatever he did, taking the shot, disassembling or whatever he did, and then running off. That camera has all of that. And they didn't release anything. We see a guy running is what we see. But that camera, 1,000%, has all of that fucking footage, okay? You'd see it because it's real easy to get to the roof. There's a stairwell there's a walkway on the top of a fucking, it's like a 2-level walkway. A stairwell to an above ground walkway that goes to the second story of a neighboring building. So you walk up the steps and you walk outside on the roof of this walkway to the second story of another building. And the 𝗏𝗟 Center is attached to that walkway. There's like a 3-foot railing. You climb over the railing, you're right on the roof. You walk straight ahead and you're right there where the shooting position was. So that camera shows it all. And that's what she's referring to right here.
Like file an FOIA, get that footage, keep it simple. And he responds and he says, guys, there's camera footage all over that campus that the police have, plus all the cameras that we had. They likely won't release it until the trial. Now, there's just one problem with that narrative, right? If they have all this footage and they're just not releasing it because they just want to, they're just worried about the trial. They want to make sure they win the trial.
See, I don't know about that, though, because 𝗏𝗪 Patel was like, oh, we have a suspect. Oh, we have bullets. Look at the bullets. They fucking, what do the bullets say? They're releasing pictures of the gun. They're right. Like, you're telling me like they would have this footage. Why would they not show the whole thing? Right. And if this guy is a lock, they said they have DNA from him jumping off the roof of Tyler Robinson. Like, something about this is fucking weird. There's no reason they wouldn't show him like getting up. That's not preserving anything for the trial unless there was another person there. You know what I'm saying? Like, that doesn't make sense.
What's wrong with that narrative is the manhunt that took place. If indeed they have tons of footage from all these different angles and some of it in 4K, which they do.
Right. Why wouldn't they release it while they were looking for the guy?
Why we've been saying the feds are lying from day one. And the first time that footage should have been deployed was during the 33-hour manhunt, right? Why didn't they release more footage at that time, right? If they were actually interested in catching the killer, Why only release a blurry image when there is, as he mentions, footage everywhere, all over that campus, every inch? Are we supposed to honestly believe at that time their thought process in the middle of a manhunt was, well, let's not release too much except for a blurry image, because I know we don't have him, but in case we do have him, when we do get him, we want to make sure that we are able to try him by not releasing footage, which makes no sense, by the way. I think this is what happens when a company loses their, as South Park ribbed him, master debater, right? What they're saying does not make sense. These people could not win in college campus debates without Charlie, okay? Because the reality is, if releasing footage, okay, if releasing clear footage of what happened on that day means that you are going to lose in court, then it probably signifies that the person that you are trying to bring to court didn't do it. If they're somehow vindicated by the footage, if you're like, I released the footage of him jumping down on the center and I show him firing the shot, but like that totally vindicates him, then you got the wrong guy, right? Having more footage, examining more footage, and examining more evidence should further incriminate Tyler Robinson. It should also go a very long way in getting people off of these quote unquote conspiracies. Common sense, this is what I said from the very beginning. Release the footage, which you do have in your possession. It's not like just the feds have this footage. Release the footage, because then people will move on from quote unquote conspiracies. So everything they're saying right now doesn't make sense. And they're not smarter than the public, right? And Turning Point is not going to survive this sort of an attitude, name calling, threats to sue, calling people demonic, possessed by demonic spirits, because they're rightfully asking questions of the most high profile political assassination since JFK. It's just not going to work.
Dude, the most high profile. Dude, they're really hyping it up. I mean, well, here's what's crazy is all I can say is there's some kind of cover up. Okay, we're not sure what it is, but there's some kind of cover up. Erica Kirk is definitely being fucking weird. Okay, now on top of that, there's like a landscape sort of change happening, because on YouTube, the topic of Charlie Kirk is like huge algorithmically, even though if you look, you ready for this? This is crazy, because I know you've all seen the image, right? And I've showed it on here. But if you look at it, the actual interest in Charlie Kirk is like back to like nothing. Okay? Nobody's looking at Charlie Kirk. Okay? Nobody's looking at Charlie Kirk at all. But the YouTube algorithm of people like looking at the conspiracy of Charlie Kirk's death is like huge on YouTube. And all those gun tubers have been making these videos and getting millions and millions and millions of views. But here's what's weird, guys, is like, I've wondered, like, what is Range Day Bro gonna do? Okay, because Range Day Bro made these like gun videos and he had a successful channel, but now he's like blown up and gotten these millions of views on this Charlie Kirk shit. But if he goes back to just making regular gun videos and all those new viewers don't watch him, he's going to kill his channel, right? Like, what are those gun tubers going to do? You know, I mean, it's weird. They kind of like lucked into all this views, all these crazy views, but now they're going to have trouble like extricating themselves back to a regular gun channel without killing their fucking channels, right? And so it's really fucking strange, like what's going on right now is I wonder if they're just going to keep riding that for as long as they possibly can, trying to like delay having to deal with that shit, right? Live by the content, die by the content. Oh shit, dude. Yeah, dude, Trump was all over it. Yeah, no, they are going down a conspiracy pipeline. Now, I'm wondering if some of them are going to segue into political content, guys. I would not be surprised if you see some of them become right-wing mouthpieces, right? I wouldn't be surprised. You know what I'm saying? If like they, I wouldn't even be surprised if at some point, if this shit spirals out of control, if some people go and get them to start refuting their original things. Like that's when we'll really know, when Range Day Bro comes out with a video that says, you know what, guys, I've really been examining this and I realized my original take on this was all wrong. And by the way, now I'm doing right-wing political content, right? If they're going to get bought off and become political YouTubers that are now like arms of the new MAGA movement, just fucking like they become the next Nick Sortor or fucking 𝗙𝗵𝗹𝗶𝗹𝗀 or those other right-wing fucking shitheads. Like even Nick Sortor, he was a real estate agent from fucking Kentucky that started working with Tim Pool. And next thing you know, dude, yeah, Brandon Herrera, that's the AK guy or whatever from Texas. Dude, he's a fucking piece of trash, dude. Oh, shit, bro. Dude, that guy is a fucking scumbag. Dude. Oh, shit. Yeah, man. Oh, fuck, dude.
Free PR advice. It is not going to work. I want to show you one more thing, too, because I am quite stunned by the audacity to call me out, Alex Clark to like call me out by sharing on her profile something that's just fundamentally untrue. But before we do that, I'm going to throw it to a couple of our sponsors. First, Preborn, because I have watched many people that I'm...
Yeah, see, I've been pretty careful with this, guys, where you may have noticed, like, I covered it for like a week when it was sort of hot and heavy, and I still cover it a little bit, but mostly I cover it to sort of fan the conspiracy flame in a greater connection to sort of like destructing the MAGA movement. But I've been super careful not to like live and die by it, because you got to be careful as a YouTuber with the pipelines you get into, because you can get stuck. You know what I'm saying? You know, I mean, it's okay to sit in them and sort of like mine the content while it's active, but you have to be careful because you're creating your audience, right? And you get a couple videos that go really big, and then if your audience is like all conspiracy theory freaks, next thing you know, you're like, oh shit, you got to either start making QAnon shit or your channel's gonna die, you know? And so, I mean, I've always been really careful to try to be pretty balanced about that shit, because I don't want to become a fucking, I don't want to become a conspiracy hole, like, right? A conspiracy K-hole. I don't want to listen to her fucking preborn shit, though. I do want to see this last thing before I go and make videos. I want to skip her little fucking whatever shit. Preborn. These fucking people are so weird. Dude, thank you, Lunar. I appreciate that. I'm trying. All right, here we go.
How are we supposed to honor Charlie, right? You honor Charlie, of course, by donating to Turning Point USA and shutting up and trusting the feds. Don't question anything because it's just not right or whatever. You shouldn't even question the things that Charlie was questioning, right? The spin is in. I got really annoyed last night going through. Somebody tagged me and said, you see Alex Clark posted, and tried to make it seem like I lied about the new Doge department when I literally shared the email from Charlie. They're even using this kind of like, I could call it Christian slop, okay? Because what they're serving up to you is, well, if you're a good Christian, you shouldn't do this. Like they're kind of saying it's demonic. You're possessed by a demon if you want to pursue truth. Said literally no one ever but Satan incarnate, okay? Truth is truth. It is always appropriate. Another one of these talking points that are coming out is people are doing this for clicks. They're motivated by money. Do you guys understand the tens of millions of dollars that Turning Point USA made in the 2 weeks following Charlie Kirk's assassination? It would be insane for a person to suggest that if a random guy on YouTube catches 1 million views discussing ballistics, which there have been many gun guys who have done videos on ballistics and caught 1 million views, that's somehow immoral because they're maybe going to make $10,000 if they keep that up for an entire month. Like, that is insane. And it actually relies on financial literacy to think that that's immoral. Good for them. Good for them. If you have a small account and you somehow got 1 million views because you told the truth, then bless you. Okay? Don't let them shame you. You're doing it for clicks. Oh, no, their account talks about ballistics all the time. This is now just a political assassination.
Dude, I love how they try to like weave morality into this shit, dude.
The most high profile ever, and people want to understand every aspect. So we're clicking and we're watching these individuals that look like they know what they're talking about, especially in the absence of any truth coming from the quote unquote authorities. So what are we supposed to believe? That the more moral thing would be for us to behave like Turning Point USA employees? You know, Alex Clark calling me out, you kidding me? Should I do what she did? And it would have been more moral for me to invite the Wall Street Journal a literal week after Charlie is murdered to photograph me in high boots standing over his memorial site at the office, like the outside memorial vigil where people mourn and drop off flowers and gifts, because that's exactly what Alex Clark did. And I thought it was icky. I thought it was gross, but I didn't say anything because everybody mourns in their own way. But I got to stop saying that. I got to stop saying everybody grieves in their own way. This is the article that was published on September 18th. So we can assume that they at least photographed her one day and interviewed her one day earlier, right? That's being charitable. So this was done latest, again, 1 week after Charlie was assassinated. Again, take a look at this. Pull that up. I'm going to pull this photo up because I just want to look at the photo. This is literally her being shot in front of the gifts that people are dropping off for Charlie. But maybe it's Photoshop. Doesn't look like it is to me. Even if it was Photoshopped, I would be losing my mind. I don't understand how anyone would let this go out and think that it's okay. If they knew Charlie, I couldn't even speak to the press that week. I still haven't spoken to the press about Charlie Kirk, actually. Haven't even given one interview about Charlie Kirk because it felt icky to me.
Dude, they're definitely like scrambling behind the scenes for the power. You know, dude, all of Christianity is kind of slop. Let's be honest. But there is some crazy, there's a lot of power struggle going on behind the scenes at TPUSA because there's a lot of money rolling in and they don't really have a leader, right? And it kind of feels like, you know, I don't know, it feels like Erica Kirk is a conduit at this point. Like, I don't think she has a vision, but her parents are defense contractors. They're locked in with fucking Trump and the Trump organization. And you know, they're like, dude, they already issued a CK who? No, if you're talking about the Brylan Hollyhand, dude, that guy's a fucking clown, bro. That guy's like fucking Gomer Pyle. Dude, they don't have anybody to replace Charlie Kirk. They don't. Like, dude, they really don't. Like, nobody. I don't see anybody, dude. But I'm not even talking about replacing him in like the seat. I'm talking about the power behind the scenes, okay? Because there's Charlie Kirk who is out there on the face of throwing the hats, and the guy who is out there being the dude in front of the camera and making the content. But I'm talking about the people with the hands on the levers of power inside that organization, okay? Because Turning Point USA wasn't just Charlie on TikTok or him talking to some kids. It was a massive intake machine for money from religious right-wing people. And so there are people that had hands on the levers of power that could influence Donald Trump or be called up to be a foot soldier to spin a story about X, Y, or Z, somebody in the Republican Party, like you see. And so that means Charlie, though, he was the guy with the hand on all the levers, okay? And now that Charlie's gone, there's a whole bunch of levers and there's like 20 people all trying to get their hands on at least one of them. Okay. And there's no real heir apparent. Okay. And a lot of these right-wing billionaires that dealt with Charlie aren't really gonna just like sit down with Erica Kirk, a woman. Okay. These old, wealthy, right-wing fucking religious billionaires are not gonna start taking marching orders from a fucking woman. Okay. That's not gonna happen. So you have all these guys, you know, that are below that are now scrambling to get a hand on some of those levers of that machine. Okay. And that's the fucking, like, the thing that's will more than anything self-destruct that place. Because you know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, dude, when Trump hits the pine box, we're going to have this same shit in the entire Republican Party, bro. Like when Trump finally keels, like, dude, the whole Republican Party's going to implode, boss. It's those kinds of like power struggles with no heir apparent that like that shit brings down empires. You know, dude, yeah, and Erica's fucking, she's not normal, guys. Like when I watch the way she acts, she seems like she's in on it. She really does. There's something about her that's not normal.
I'm just focused on investigating his murder. Anyways, I want to read a little blurb from this article.
All right, let's see this.
Again.
And then I'm going to go make videos.
Alex Clark was about to head to the airport for a work trip to celebrate the first anniversary of her podcast when she heard the news. Her boss, Charlie Kirk, had been shot. She says, quote, "The very first thought that popped into my head was, I'm so glad that Charlie knew Jesus."
Dude, what the fuck kind of thought is that, bro? My very first thought was that I'm so glad Charlie knew Jesus. Dude, these people are fucked up, bro.
Said Clark, 32, who hosts the Maha-friendly podcast Culture Apothecary for Turning Point USA. The second thought was, what will happen now? And the third thought was, thank God Trump is president.
Dude, what the fuck? See, this is what I'm talking about with that weird, right? With that weird fucking, now TPUSA is just like the Trump regime, right? That's fucking weird, bro.
I don't know. You? People around the world didn't even know Charlie. Okay. Third thought, thank God Trump is president. Like MAGA. Did you go MAGA? Did you go like, I'm glad he knows the Lord, and then MAGA? What are we missing here? What like, does that feel okay at all? It goes on to say she praises the FBI director 𝗙cie𝗶𝗹𝗀 and his deputy Dan Bongino for their leadership in the hunt for the suspect. What's so crazy is that we have them in office because of Charlie, Clark said.
Dude, what a weird fucking quote, bro. Dude, and no, we know Erica Kirk was a beauty queen, dude. We know that, right? We know that she's kind of in her underwear. I don't even know if that's a bikini.
So honor the feds, quick pick outside, and also MAGA hard. That is like, I'm sorry, I get it. Everybody grieves differently, okay? But not that way.
Dude, that's not even grief, guys. That is PR spin, okay? As somebody, I mean, dude, obviously, you know, me, you know, I became a gamer, whatever. I was a musician building a community then. Now I'm doing the political thing. Like PR has been a thing I've always done. My first job was in the marketing department at fucking UCLA Extension. So like that article of that girl in the Wall Street Journal is spin, okay? And then the Trump shit is spin. You know, oh, thank God. Yeah, this is like, oh man, we're so glad we had Trump. Charlie knew Jesus. We have a revival. Yay, Trump. Got to win in 2026, right? And meanwhile, everyone's in the comments being like, why the fuck is TPUSA now this pro-Trump thing? Dude, it is literally now just a Trump foot soldier. Like before, it was a Charlie show and a big donor thing that helped Trump win, but it was still the Charlie show. And now it is literally like a fucking Trump thing. And that is weird. And no, we're dancing right now. Social Butterfly, we have not danced. We got one more minute. And then I'm going to make videos. I've been going long tonight, though. This is just interesting.
The last thought that I had as I spent days crying, okay, had difficulty physically pulling myself out of bed, felt like I was being a bad mother, was, man, I'm sure glad Donald Trump is president. MAGA. I didn't feel that way. In fact, I was angry. I remember feeling angry when Trump moved to kind of like do a same time post, Bibi Netanyahu, and then like publishes a picture of Charlie with an Israeli flag behind. Was pretty angry about that. I thought, yuck, that's gross. Have you no dignity and respect? Post a picture of him with his family, you know? Trying to like already sow seeds into people's minds that like, no, he like kind of died for Israel. He loved Israel so much. This would be appropriate, especially in the context of the message I just read to you. It was gross. But anyways, I don't know why. I don't know why, but the people that are critiquing us for investigating the murder are not critiquing themselves and not holding a mirror to themselves.
Yeah, dude, it's because they don't fucking care. They want to just sweep Tyler Robinson into prison and hit the cash register, and then they want to convert young foot soldiers for Benjamin Netanyahu. Like, he wasted no time, dude. Dude, Netanyahu meeting with young, like, pro-Israel influencers in the wake of Charlie's death. Dude, he was all over it. And Candace is throwing Erica under the bus. And we're going to exploit this shit, dude. We're going to blow up. We're going to blow up TPUSA. We're going to blow up MAGA. But right now, we're going to fucking dance, boss. Because I got to go make some videos. We got a dance party. So get ready for a little deja vu as I get edit mode set up. Dude, borrow bad. Let's go, baby. Oh, dude. Gotta limber up. Dude, what a great stream, though. Let's go, baby. What a great stream, guys. We're fucking in it to win it. All right? Excuse me. Disgusting. All right, let's go, baby. Feel free to dance among yourselves.
They have a lot to say, but I don't know.
Let's go, guys. Thank you.
This feeling that I have now, almost a bit holy, an notion that I will make it out somehow.
I will see you guys tomorrow. But right now, it's time to get radiant. Big love, baby. Good night.
Hey, I just want to change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't want to hang around. I'd rather be found. It gets better. I wonder my pleasure. Together, everyone's waiting, anticipating. I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant. Truth, I know that you will understand, because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant. Hey, I just want to change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down. I'd rather be found. It gets better. I wonder my pleasure. Together, everyone's waiting, anticipating. Say freedom. Obsessions always jumping through. I'm so tangled, I'm so worthy. I'm just lost in my reflection. Pay attention. You never will. I will overanalyze and fall victim. Myself, I'm still tangled, I'm not worried, 'cause I am caught up in this perfection. Pay attention, yeah, you never will, 'cause you depend, so you always will. If you arrest yourself again, I'll help you clean up the mess. I wonder if you ever did, yeah. I wonder if you ever did like I did. I wonder if you ever did, yeah. I wonder if you ever did like I did. Just wanna be free, yeah. Free, yeah. Free, yeah. Free, yeah. Do you need anything like I need you? It's over.